All right. Nobody wanted a 15-minute break, but some of us seem to want a 15-minute break. All right. It is now 2:25. Today is Tuesday, May 26th. This is the regular County Commission Board meeting, Board of County Commissioners meeting. Can I get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Hank Hughes,
Here.
Commissioner Adam Johnson,
Present.
Commissioner Camilla Bustamante,
Present.
Commissioner Lisa Kakari Stone,
Present.
and Chair Justin Green.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Excellent. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and see a symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. And as our land acknowledgement, we acknowledge that this place we now call Santa Fe is known as Ogopoge, or White Shell Watering Place. We recognize that this is the ancestral land of the Tewa people and part of a larger sovereign landscape of the Hickory Apache, Navajo, and surrounding pueblos who have cared for this land for thousands of years and continue to do so today. Thank you. We have a moment of reflection from the Stephen Orr. Welcome.
Let's take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today. Being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of our community, we take a moment of silence.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante.
Yes, I just want us to also take a moment to acknowledge the rains. They're very important to us, and with absolute gratitude, it really matters to where we live. Hopefully, we'll get a lot of water that'll keep our fire danger down and help our acequias that people are counting on growing off of, etc. So just a moment to recognize that and be grateful for the recent moisture. Thank you.
Thank you. I also wanted to, I also wanted to acknowledge the passing of Richard Polizzi. I worked with Richard as a co-founding board member of Warehouse 21. He was a great civic leader and taught me a lot in my younger years about how to operate in this town and to make things happen. And I was sorry to see that he passed away recently. Anything else? Thank you, everybody. All right. Approval of agenda. Manager Shaffer, please.
Thank you, Chair Green and Commissioners. So there are no recommended changes from staff to the agenda as presented. I would note that the initial agenda for today's meeting was posted on Tuesday, May 19th, 2026. An amended agenda containing the final list of specific items of business to be discussed or transacted was posted on Friday, May 22nd at approximately 2:40 p.m. Subsequent to that posting, we did receive a request that the agenda be updated in a way that did not change the items of business to be discussed or transacted, but instead listed additional presenters with regard to miscellaneous action item 8A. That request, was honored to call out those individuals that would be speaking, and out of abundance of caution, a copy of that updated agenda was posted on the exterior doors of 240 Grant, though I don't think that that was necessary. It was done in any event to go above and beyond our posting requirements. In terms of the changes between the initial agenda and the amended agenda of Friday, containing the final list of specific items of business to be discussed or transacted. Agenda item 3B, approval of the May 1st, 2026 Board of County Commissioners special meeting minutes was added. Item 4F, the caption was updated. Consent agenda items 4H, that item was added. We also added appointments and reappointments, item 7A, and we added miscellaneous action items 8D and 8E. And finally, under executive session, item 12A, item number 3 was added to the amended agenda, again posted on Friday, May 22nd, listing the final number of specific items of business to be discussed or transacted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Manager Shaffer. Other commissioner requests? Okay, just as a matter of privilege, the folks over at OBE are going to be joining us for item 8E, and I've asked them to be here at 4 o'clock, and so I will manage the meeting to give them that time at that point so that they don't have to take too much time away from the desk and be here for that, just so you know. All right, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair Green. And just as a matter of process, we have some subject matter experts presenting for item 8A. And I think Mr. Fresquez is already aware of a couple folks that will be joining us online and remotely, as well as in the chambers. Thank you.
Okay, great. Hearing that, do we have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Motion from Commissioner Johnson.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Kokari-Stone. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, we have an agenda. Excellent. Item H, please, County Manager Shaffer, years of service, retirements, and new hire recognitions.
Thank you, Chair Green and Commissioners. I want to acknowledge employees who are recognizing significant anniversaries with the county during the month of May. We have 3 team members who are celebrating their fifth year anniversary with the county, and 2 who are celebrating their 10-year anniversary with the county. The 5-year employees are Tanner Taishe in the Sheriff's Department, Kurt Temple in the Public Works Department, and Victor Vigil in the County Treasurer's Department. 2 employees are recognizing their 10th anniversary with the county, Clarissa Guerrero in the Finance Division, and Ernest Tapia in the Housing Division of the county. So I want to say congratulations to each of those employees and thank them for their continuous service with the county. We had 3 individuals who retired during the month of April that we wanted to acknowledge and wish them all the best in the next chapter of their careers. In the County Assessor's Department, Marcela Villalpando. In the Sheriff's Department, 2 individuals, Jonathan Jaramillo and Leonard Martinez. So again, want to wish those retired county employees all the best in the next chapter of their lives. We had 4 new employees as well as 4 volunteer firefighters who joined the county team in April of 2026, and the volunteer firefighters represent individuals who have achieved a level of certification that would qualify them for our volunteer stipend program. So I'll start with county employees. Gina Chavez joined the Corrections Department as a clinical nurse supervisor. Betty Jo Gallegos joined the Corrections Department as a registered nurse. Nikel Martinez joined the Finance Division as an accounting technician senior. And then finally, in terms of employees, Ricky Gallegos Padilla joined the Public Works Department as an equipment operator. In terms of the 4 volunteer firefighters, they are Ian Combs, McKay Holtz, James Nichols, and Kyle Van Scoyock. And so we want to also welcome those volunteers who have again achieved a certification level that makes them eligible for our stipend program. So again, welcome to our new team members. Congratulations to our existing team members who have celebrated significant anniversaries this month. And finally, congratulations to those former team members who have retired from the county.
Great. Thank you for everybody for their service for Santa Fe County, and welcome to everybody who is new on our team. This is amazing. Commissioners, any acknowledgements or comments? Nope.
Congratulations.
There we go. Thank you very much. Congratulations to everybody that achieves the retirement, because God knows if I'll be able to do that. So, excellent. All right. So, item I don't see anything in a packet, but do we have any recognition of employee awards, accreditations, recognitions, or other accomplishments?
We do. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. We have 3 different groupings. First, we want to acknowledge that we had several employees, including a good crop from the Public Works Department, who successfully completed Santa Fe County's Leadership and Supervisor Essentials training series. Those courses total 16 hours of learning and development. And so the individuals, again, who successfully completed that training program are Jose Montoya from the Public Works Department, Jason Crichton from the Public Works Department, Michelle Caskey from the Public Works Department, I believe it is Pham from the Public Works Department, Carmela Espinoza Perea from the Public Works Department, Timothy Sintos from the Growth Management Department, Nadia Martinez from the Human Resources and Risk Management Division, and finally Michael Diaz in our Information Technology Division. So wanted to recognize all of those supervisors for pursuing that essential training and successfully completing it. Secondly, I wanted to recognize that Angel Larinaga with the Human Resources Division successfully completed an 18.75-hour course, which is the HR Training Center Internal Investigations Certificate Seminar and Workshop. So congratulations to Angel on successfully completing that. Finally, we wanted to acknowledge and celebrate 3 firefighters who successfully obtained their paramedic license. They are Eddie Marquez, Jude Romero, and Noah Garcia. So again, congratulations to those firefighters for having successfully obtained their paramedic license. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Greg. Congratulations to everybody, and thank you for committing to your professional excellence. That's good for all of us. Commissioners? No? Excellent. Once again, thank you, everybody. Moving on to item 2, matters of public concern. Everybody get your 3 minutes. Anybody in the room wants to speak to this? We do have somebody. Excellent. Come on up.
Hello, board members and counselors. My name is Ursula Aldrich, URSULAALDRICH. I'm Oglala Lakota from Pine Ridge, South Dakota, and I moved here in 2018, and I ended up in the homeless shelter because the prices for rent was terrible here. I got housed by LifeLink with a linkage housing voucher because I qualified because I have PTSD. And I'm just trying to give you a little information on my background in the housing. But I was housed by LifeLink at first, and I was housed in a housing project that first was owned by Santa Fe Housing Trust, and we had a lot of issues on the property. The apartment's called Village Sage, and me as a Native American woman, I felt like I was being discriminated against. And my manager is from Guatemala, and there's a lot of Guatemalans that live in my apartment. And I was being threatened to be beat up all the time by 3 men that was on a lease, but they lived there with their women, and nothing was being done. I was trying to reach out to Lifelink for help, and Monarch Properties is the one who manages Village Sage Apartments, and nothing was being done. I recently found out that Civic Housing had bought the property, and I thought that I could get somewhere and maybe feel more safe in my housing, but nothing was being done through Civic Housing either. I had recently gotten a Section 8 voucher also, so I'm no longer underneath Lifelink, but I've never met my Section 8 worker. The issues that I've been having for now 6 years at Village Shades still hasn't changed. The manager still favors who she favors, and I keep trying to get evicted. They keep trying to evict me. We try to organize a tenant association. They threatened us with eviction. I feel like we need help and more access to people, because I just found out that about this board and that the mayor appoints the people on this board. I'm on a board, the Continuum of Care board for the Coalition to End Homelessness, because I'm very invested in housing. But I don't know if that's my my time, but I'm very invested in housing, and especially invested in housing for Native Americans, because I feel discrimination across the board being involved in the housing here in Santa Fe. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention, because there's a lot of things going on, and me being threatened in my house shouldn't be happening. And I should have support from Lifelink or Civic Housing. And I haven't had any. I was being discouraged by Ed Romero to come here and speak to you guys. And that's all.
Thank you. You're not obligated to leave your information, but if you would like us to follow up with you, please leave your information with Sarah Smith right over there, and
Okay, thank you.
we'll follow up. Yes, ma'am.
I know we're not supposed to respond to the public comment, but when people come forward and they take the courage to speak out, and I want to thank you for coming here today. And I think we have an obligation and a courtesy to this woman to maybe link, if I see the housing people there. So I think it's important that we make sure we follow up. So thank you so much for having the courage, and please know you were listened to.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right. Is there anybody else in the chambers that would wish to speak? Okay. Hearing none. Is there anybody online?
Mr. Chair, we have Chris Michelle's online.
Fabulous. All right. Mr. Michels, will you do the honors? Take your 3 minutes, please. You're muted, sir. You're muted. You're still muted.
Okay, now it's okay. Now I think it's working. The first I want to say to you both that my first thing I'm going to do is repeat, as usual, you're violating OMA, and I'd be happy to give you details. You're violating rules of order. I'm happy to give you details. You're violating EPRA. Happy to give you details, but you don't seem to want details. I think your attorney and general manager or county manager are not being straight with you on these issues. But mainly, I want to talk to you about the budget, which is item 8, D or whatever today, which is totally illegal. And I've encouraged you in some emails. I've given you details as to why you should not be proceeding with this. First off, you've got another meeting scheduled on the 28th, which is to deal with this budget, and that's still posted right now today on your online agenda. And so you've got it very confusing. You've got the public not even knowing when you're going to discuss the budget. But mostly the budget that you passed last year is illegal, and you're about to do the same thing this year. It's illegal in the sense that the budget that you passed last year and you sent to the state for approval was not the budget. It's the budget you were discussing cut in half. and the only thing you sent to them was the bottom of that budget, which had to do with funds. That's not a budget. How you got away with that, it beats me. So you sent that over there. They approved it. That then became your final budget. Unlike your resolution and the requirements of state law, that actual budget that you approved is not posted anywhere on your website, though your resolution said it is. It's not legal because it isn't really a budget. And you're just all set up to do the same thing again. Your resolution that you've got posted is full of confusion because it doesn't really deal with the facts of the matter, which is what you're approving again is not the budget itself. What you're approving is the bottom half of the budget, which has to only do with funds. This is not a budget. And it won't be a budget just because you call it a budget. I don't have no idea why they're letting you get away with over at the state. So anyway, the budget you have posted on your website isn't a budget. It's posted as if it is on the Sunshine Portal, but that's not a budget. It's never been approved by anyone. What your actual budget is not posted as you yourself require on your website for last year, and it's not posted this year. So you're totally illegal, and all you had to do was to reschedule this meeting and actually deal with it legally as a budget. And you decided to go forward and deal with it illegal and send a half a budget over to the state. I frankly do not understand why you insist on being illegal when you don't have to be. Anyway, thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Michels. I appreciate your keeping to the 3 minutes. That's great. And your input. And so, is there anybody else online?
Mr. Chair, there are no other users online wishing to speak.
Thank you very much, Daniel. All right. Moving on. We have meeting minutes to approve. Approval of the April 28th Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes. Are there any changes by staff or by the commission? All right. What's the will of the board?
Motion to approve the minutes from April 28th.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Johnson, second by Commissioner Hughes. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. We got some minutes. We also had a special meeting on May 1st. Any changes to the meeting minutes for that?
Chair Green, if there's no changes, I make a motion to approve the minutes for May 1st.
The second?
Got a motion from Commissioner Kakari Stone and a second from Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. We've got special meeting minutes. Excellent. Thank you. Consent agenda. We have 7 items on the agenda. Does anybody like to pull anything?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
I second it.
I got a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Johnson. Sorry. And all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Thank you very much. Some resolution numbers, please.
Mr. Chair, those resolution numbers are 4A is 2026-067, B is 068, C is 069, and D is 070.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. All right. We are going to hear from the assessor. Do it to us one last time.
Good afternoon, Chair Green, Commissioners. As Chair Green stated, this will be my last time in this role, and I want to thank, our office. Obviously, they are the individuals that put in the hard work. They're individuals that have allowed our office to receive, great evaluations from the state. Right? How great are you? It's based on the data, the information. And others that review your data and your information. And we did receive our evaluation this week, a very successful evaluation. We will send it out to you guys per email, and we'll continue on. I will be presenting the annual report, and Deputy Ivan Barrow will be presenting the property valuation maintenance program. Okay, So assessed value is assigned to a property for tax purposes, derived from its market value, adjusted using any applicable special methods of valuation for residential properties. Assessed values may be limited or capped in accordance with limitation of value. And I'll be going over the values because a lot of the data is expressed by these values. Taxable value, the assessed value of a property reduced to its assessment level, 1/3, which represents the portion of the property's market value subject to taxation. This value serves as the basis for calculating property taxes and may be further adjusted to the net taxable value. The net taxable value is the taxable value minus any qualified exemptions. This resulting amount, often referred to as net taxable value or assessed value after exemptions, is the basis on which the property tax bill is calculated. It represents the portion of property's value that is subject to taxation after all applicable deductions, such as head of family or veterans exemptions have been applied. And to the right, you'll see the market value, right, is what we figure based on the sales of an area or a neighborhood for that particular property. The assessed value will be subject to the 3% limitation of value once that property has been lived in and there hasn't been any changes to it for that year. They're only subject to a 3% increase if the market above allows. Your taxable value is 1/3 of your assessed value. And then you finally get to the net taxable value on the bottom once you have your taxable value minus the exemptions. And I'll try to go through this pretty quick so we can get to our 4 o'clock meeting. Not meeting, but 4 o'clock group, I guess you'd say. So if you go to, I don't know what page, it looks like page 3 for you all, you will see our subtotal of taxable value, which includes all residential land from, you'll see a year of 2025 comparison to 2026. You'll see residential improvements, and if you guys have any questions, let me know. Non-residential land, non-residential improvements, and you'll see the changes from year to year have increased. More times than not, that's due to either the market or we've picked up improvements in that area or we have new parcels in that area. You have a grand total of, a subtotal of 12,014,884,993 for the year of 2025. And for the year of 2026, you have 12,654,296,356 for a change of 5.32% increase. Then you have what we call and statute calls personal property, a subtotal of 114,000 for the year of 2025. And for the year of 2026, you have a subtotal of roughly 125 million, and 114 million for the year of 2025. Let me say that again. 114 million for the year of 2025, 124 million for the year of 2026, essentially 25. You get to the subtotal of taxable value, and you have 12,128,925,107. And for this year, you have 12,778,802,054. A lot of times we have questions on veterans and how many veterans exemptions we have of the $10,000 amount. For this year, we had 4,709. And you'll see an increase from last year to this year for the 100% disabled, because that also includes the percent disabled, right? So previously you could receive an exemption if you were 100% disabled, 100% disabled veteran. You could, essentially you pay no taxes. Due to statute, you now can pay a percentage based on your percent disability. And that's why we have an increase of those particular accounts from 897 from last year to 1,181 this year. Head of family exemptions, we have 23,445, slightly more than last year. Other exemptions, residential, we have 442, slightly a little more from last year. And if you go to the very bottom, you'll see the total exemption amount of 10 million, I'm sorry, total exemption is 1,461,624,974 for last year, and it's gone up slightly this year to 1,497,624,948 for a net taxable value, that's after all exemptions, as I stated earlier, for last year of 10,667,300,133. And for this year, the amount is 11,281,177,106. And that's an increase of 4.12% from the year prior. And it's not necessarily new tax dollars that we will see, but it's proportions the tax burden appropriately to new construction or new lots that, essentially if your value stays the same last year to this year, you will be paying less taxes. And we have seen that as tax rates have gone down from year to year. So next we have on page 4, we have agricultural property description here for dry use, grazing, and irrigated. And you'll see that a majority is of the acreage that is exempt is grazing. And the total value amount, because we've been asked to produce that before, is a market value of $592,582,622. The next box, it relates to the protests that we have from year to year. For the year of 2025, we had 1,289 protests, and a total adjusted. Well, we have a total amount on the NOV of 1,802,276. Oh my gosh, 1,812,262,984. That was the total amount assessed for those protests in total for 2025. The total owner's value, which they believe the value should have been, is $948,444,126. Once those decisions were made and signed off on, we had a total value in comparison to the mailing value of 1.8. We had a final value of 1,667,605,525. I'm going to go to the next slide. You can see the year prior for comparison. So new market value added history. You can see that 2023, the first year that we came on, there was inflation, new construction allowed us to increase to 523 million essentially, and every year it's been pretty similar. For the year of 2026, we had 609,611,004. And that was new, right? Anything, I should explain that a little better, I'm sorry. Anything new, right? So if you had a new addition, you had a new construction, a new home, that's what this number represents. Growth in net taxable value history. This one's in net taxable, so this is after exemptions. That final number that I showed you earlier, you have 2023 of 996,868,506. And you see our year this year is 446,580,530. So these are our ratios. As you see to the left, these are our actual ratios for this year. You have a mean ratio of 93.86, and IAAO standards. IAAO is the organization that creates standards for all assessors' office throughout the country, and they let us know, if we're working at best practices. And the standard, as you can see, we're in between the standard of 90% to 110% for the mean ratio. For the median ratio, we are also within the standard at 94.64%. For the coefficient of dispersion, we are also within the ratio, the standard of 9%. And for the price-related differential, again, we are within the standard at 101.26. So on page 8, we have building permits from year to year, and you have total building permits for the year of 2025. We had 3,703 building permits, and as you see, for 2024, we had 2,999. I can read all the way down, but you can see the trend that there seemed to be quite a bit more building in 2022 than 2023 and 2024, and we're starting to see construction happening as a whole in the city and in the county. We'll go ahead and jump to the city. Within the city, you'll also see a similar trend where for the year 2022, it was a bit higher than 2023 and 2024, and we're starting to come back again and receive more building permits for 2025. County is a little bit different, where you see for 2022, it was almost the lowest. 2023 was the lowest, and 2024 was the highest, and 2025 was somewhat close, but we could have maybe received a few more building permits, but speaking to land use, they were implementing their system, so things were slowing down a little bit, and we could have maybe caught up to 2024. Sales affidavits. So in our office, we receive sales affidavits for residential or homes only. And this will show a common theme for the city and the county, where you have the step up again, from 2022 to 2025. And I mean, obviously, we see a market that isn't performing like 2022 or 2023 or 2024. And it seems to be tabling. Itemized comparisons. These are our total values within the county. And you'll see total residential value for the year of 2025 was $8,908,286,931. For the year of 2026, you have $9,471,253,926. You'll see a change of 6.32%. Again, that's for homes that are residential and classified residential. For total non-residential, which is most vacant and other properties not classified as residential, you'll see a value for 2025 of $3,387,934,619. For the year of 2026, it's gone down a little bit to $3,307,548,128 for a negative adjustment or change of 2.3%. And a lot of times that can be multiple things when we compare the year prior to now, and it could be land values that are decreasing because they're receiving more agriculture, or they could be developments that are starting to happen. And they're starting to build on these accounts. The total net taxable value for the total is $10 billion for 2025. It's $10,834,596,576. For the year of 2026, we have $11,281,177,106 for a change increase or percent change of 4.12%. And then you also have the change of new construction. So what this is expressing is that, for the year of 2025, we had more new construction than we did for this year. So last year we had roughly 636 million, and this year we have 609 million roughly, which we have essentially 4% less than last year. So I'll go through our accomplishments pretty quick. Our first is we received our IAAO Certificate of Excellence in Assessment Administration Recertification. Last year we talked to you about this and we let you know we're going through the process. We weren't sure if we received it yet. And I'd like to thank the office because it is a pretty strenuous process where IAAO, the entity again that I spoke of earlier, comes into your office, looks at those items, looks at the accounts to make sure that indeed what we're saying we are doing is what we are doing, and we're doing it at a standard that they believe is to the standard that we should be at. And I think they actually gave us a grade this time on that. Wasn't that, Ivan? It wasn't like a 96 or something like that? So it was kind of nice to receive an A, you know. Another accomplishment, I should be a little more funny. This is my last time doing this, so I apologize for not making you guys laugh. I guess after I'm like that tough leather, right? After like rubbing it so much, you're like, okay, now it's a little rough, so I got to bring a little bit of joy to this. So leadership of New Mexico County Assessors Affiliate, I was the chair of this group. Ivan is now the chair, and we've helped lead and direct all the assessors throughout the county and the state of New Mexico. A lot of times, you know, some people might say, why do you do that? Is that something just to add another stripe to your sleeve, or is that just something that, you know, that wastes time? But no, I believe that we have issues that are happening statewide, and I believe we can come together as a group to lead these initiatives, and it's what we've done, right? We actively supported House Bill 285. It's the bill I spoke of earlier. The Veterans Bill. We did that individually and as a group, which takes quite a bit of time. We learned a lot through the process, and I feel like we're in a better place today in understanding and knowing what the legislators do and the process and how to be a part, right? Our workflow system implementation. I know we've talked about this before, and it's something that makes our office very successful, and it's very difficult for us to lose items that we receive either emailed or that we receive that comes in through the portal or comes in through the front desk. And, you know, if you walk into our office, we'll receive your documents, we'll scan them, put them into an account, and they will then work their way through the individual that needs to work those items. And that makes our office very successful, and we're thankful for that, for the individuals that have helped to put that in place. Transition plan for a new year, new assessor. So we've started to do some of that, and not just assessor, right? We're getting to the place in the assessor's office that a lot of us that started in the year 2000 or 2001 are starting to retire and taking that institutional knowledge, right, with them. How do we keep that, and how do we keep the level that we've had, right, and the standards that we are? So we're trying to do our best in preparing for that, and I believe we have individuals that are ready for that. There are some challenges that are larger than other, right? Challenges within the office that are going to be harder than other to replace. You know, a modeler, whenever the modeler decides to retire, he's a very crucial and important position within our office that we're getting ready to prepare for his departure, and others within the office. And we've had a couple chiefs leave retire, not leave, right? They don't leave the family. They just they move away, and we see them again at some point. And I'll go ahead and move on. The future of technological advancements. Looking ahead, we remain committed to utilizing technology to enhance our operations. This includes active participation in the implementation of enterprise resource planning system. So we've helped with that. Ivan has been a part of that, as well as being more intentional in exploring possibilities of new computer-assisted mass appraisal software package. So that's something that's going to need to be decided upon, and that's something you guys haven't heard the last of. Is does the assessor's office need a new mass appraisal system? The one we currently have is probably, we've had within the office for about 20 years now. There are upgrades, there are new systems, there are many options that are out there, and maybe an improvement to our office that we got to prepare for. And you guys will be hearing about that shortly, or in the next next 2 years or so. Key operational focus areas. We continue to focus on improving processes in complex operational areas such as mobile homes, agricultural, business personal property, etc. You know, those are still some of our Achilles heels that we weren't able to solve during my 4 years. And, you know, mobile homes sometimes just move in the middle of the night, and it's hard to find those. Agricultural, sometimes it's just difficult to review all agricultural property and making sure all are being used for this purpose. We do the best that we can through technology and utilizing orthophotography. But there are other you know, statutes that we're working with, such as, you know, this is one case where the agricultural exemption stays with the property, not with the owner. So if someone has agriculture, they sell the property, well, it stays with the land, right? And we're trying to do our best to review those and make sure we're up to date on that. And business personal property is always difficult, but because it is self-rendering. The individual or the business self-renders their values. We do need to get to the point where we are able to QA that, and well, we QA it, but really checks and balances with the public to make sure that this is indeed all their business personal property that they're rendering is indeed what's at the property. And with that, I will pass on the mic over to Ivan Bear. Deputy Ivan Bear.
Hello, Chair Green, Commissioners. We're going to go through this pretty quickly here, but this is the Property Valuation Maintenance Program. So the Office of the Santa Fe County Assessor has a statutory obligation to determine valuations for all property subject to taxes and shall implement a program of updating property values so that current and correct values of property are maintained. So the two most important components of this property program are that we get the valuation and data of maintenance of all taxable parcels on a yearly cycle, as well as doing a door-to-door reinspection of all taxable improved real property every 5 to 6 years. In our case here in Santa Fe County, we're doing every 5 years. We have moved that up from 4 years, and that's in the interest of doing a better job at taking a look at all of the information provided and not just rushing through things. So we want to make sure that we're doing a quality job at our reinspection plan. Our operating budget, as many of you know, we have two funds. We have our general fund, and we have our county property valuation fund, which is known as the 1% fund as well. So that helps us with maintaining our plan and going forward with doing our reinspection plan. So what this looks like is planning, preparing forms, working with finance, informal hearings and budget hearings, commission hearings, and then final adjustments and making sure that our budget is approved. At the end of the day, our goal is honestly just to be fiscally responsible, and I think Assessor Romero has done a great job at being, I don't want to say tight, but we've been very financially responsible in decisions that we make. So kudos to our assessor for really taking the taxpayers' money and being responsible with it. So I think we've done a great job there, and we continue to try to do that going forward. Here's a quick snapshot of both of those both of those budgets. So we have, again, the 101 and the 203, they're two separate budgets. But if you look at the last 3 years, you see that they've been pretty steady. This next slide is a cumulative, so this is both of them combined. And again, with rising costs in services, rising costs in contract agreements and maintenance, and also employee salaries, we have still maintained by making cuts in other areas and trying to be responsible with the budget as the property owners have entrusted us with. So that's a quick look of our budget. So we'll get into kind of what we do on the day-to-day. So real property ownership transfers. So in Santa Fe, every day there's 30 to 50 different transfers that take place every day. And so this time frame for this type of work is obviously from January through December. Our goal is to make sure that we are up to date with the current ownership every 2 weeks within the time that the transfer took place, or from the time that they recorded with the clerk's office. So we do get the information on all deeds within 24 hours from the county clerk's office. And so shout out to the clerk's office for sending the data over to us. And then we try to make sure that it's reflective as soon as possible. So we have a great team that works on this every day, and we try to stay up to date with that. GIS, parcel mapping and maintenance. So again, one of the huge components for the assessor's office, or one of our roles and responsibilities, is locating the property. So we have all of our properties mapped, and we've been working closely with land use on getting parcel fabric mesh, and we've also kind of taken the lead on making sure that we were able to implement that to where we can make changes on our map and one different layer. There's a GIS specialist that'll speak to this technically way better than I ever could, but essentially it's to make sure that the changes that they're making on one layer can be translated through several different layers. So again, we try our best to update the records and our maps prior to mailing out the notice of value every year. So this year, that was on May 1st, and so that is our GIS angle of responsibilities within the office. All right, the valuation and appraisal of real and personal property. So again, this is January through December, and we employ a one-year cycle, which is a huge undertaking by the office. That like the assessor mentioned, there is a 3% limitation to value on residential property, and so we make sure that that is continually followed. And in instances where it's not, we encourage people to, protest their values if they feel that their property is ever, outside of the realm within the 3%. We do follow the procedures of following affidavits, so new sales that take place, new construction permits, any land splits or any consolidations as well, and then agricultural reviews of properties, and then like the assessor mentioned, our modeling, which takes place during February, data entry, which is again every day, business, personal property, and livestock renditions, and then manufactured home and tax releases, which is again, that's a daily thing as well. Sorry. Our office follows the 3 approaches to valuation as has been outlined by the IAAO, which is the International International Association of Assessing Officers. So that's when we talk about IAAO, that's what we're talking about. The 3 approaches to value include the sales comparison approach, which you'll see in that first little box, which is you have your comp, and then you have your subject property, and then you have your comparable sales. You have your cost approach, which is the cost to construct, minus the depreciation and the land. And then you have the income approach, which is also in that final box as well. Those are used for most commercial properties. Our quality control and preparation of valuation data for printing NOVs. So this takes place right before we send out our notices of value. And again, what we're really trying to do is make sure that we're checking for errors, that we're doing field reviews on properties that maybe were suspect, and then delivering the data to the printer service to get our notices mailed out timely. I know I'm going through this kind of quickly, but I know it's a lot of information, and this is most of yours second or third or fourth time hearing this. So if you guys have any questions, again, our office is always willing to invite you in to get you any specific data that you may need. And many of you have taken us up on that offer, so again, thank you for that. Mailing the notices of value and intake period, that's the period that we're in right now. We mailed out the notices of value on May 1st. We are now May 26th, and the taxpayers have until June 1st to file any protests that they may have, or to file for any exemptions that they may qualify for. What we do during this month or this time period is we mail notices of value. We do public assistance outreaches, so we're also right now real-time doing that. We have several staff today that are in Edgewood that are educating people on our processes and helping with the protest process, and also applying for exemptions. So we are super busy during this month. We also receive protests, and we apply and work with taxpayers on exemptions. Valuation protests, I just talked about that, but again, every year property owners have the opportunity to file any protests if they disagree with their values. That is one of the few places within taxation in general where you have the ability to protest something that you may think is, overpriced or whatever the case may be. So we have a lot of people that take advantage of this. Currently, we're somewhere in the area of 600 protests as of right now, but we still have a few days left. So we'll see what that looks like at the end. What this involves is, we'll have in-office reviews, on-site inspection, we'll have informal conferences with the taxpayers, and if it's not resolved at that point, they could go to a formal hearing, which is something that happens not with most of them. Most of them are resolved at an informal hearing, but some of them do go to a formal hearing. Here's our historical protest data. As you can see, it's constantly hovering around the 1,000 to 1,600 mark. And so we'll see what this year looks like. Right now it's about 600, but again, we still have several days left. And a lot of times it's the land of mañana, people wait till the last minute. So we'll see what it looks like.
When is the last day, just so everybody
June
knows?
1st.
June 1st. So
June
that
1st,
is
yes.
Monday.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yes. And the claim for refund is a process that you have if you don't take the protest route. Say you missed the 30-day window, you could file a claim for refund. That's done through district court, and you have to wait till you get your tax bill. So that happens much later in the year, but there's tons of information here if that's a route that you would like to take. But it is another way where you could have the record opened and we could consider it and look at it. Staffing and professional development. We have about 44 employees in the office, and we do the best that we can to make sure that we are providing opportunities for our staff members, whether that's educational or if it's, we've said through IAAO, New Mexico Edge. There's several different outlets, but we always encourage our staff to do so. We have about 60% of our staff members, probably more, that are certified appraisers. It's not a small task. It's actually quite difficult. You have to take 4 different classes. They're 30-hour classes. And we're super proud of the employees that have taken the time to do that. And it's not an easy thing to do. We also have several people who are taking New Mexico Edge classes. And again, you guys all know about Edge. It's been a great tool for our office for people to understand what government does. They have specific routes for the assessors to understand what the assessor's office does on a more general basis. It's a lot less intensive than the IAAO courses, but again, we're here to support employees on all levels. So that's something that we take a lot of pride in doing. Oh, yeah, and I teach the classes for the assessor's office for New Mexico Edge when I have time, so I also do some of that. Our inspection plan or our reappraisal plan, like I mentioned, it's a 5-year plan, but I don't want to get into the weeds on this too much. Like I said, we've in the past had it as a 4-year plan and thought it was in the best interest of our office to move that to a 5-year plan. Also considering the chief positions, which the assessor mentioned, we had 2 chiefs that retired. So our residential chief and our our real estate appraisal chief. So we had 2 new chiefs in 2025 at the end of the year, and we've had several new appraisers as well. So we thought this was a good move, and so we have done that. So we are now on phase 4 of our 5-year reappraisal plan. We're looking to cover about 28 residential neighborhoods and 11 commercial neighborhoods for a total of 12,869 parcels that we will be looking over in 2026. When you look at the ratio and how many days, that gives our office about 189 parcels per day to go over. And this is happening outside of the protest period. So we can't technically, we can kind of start it right now, but we're also working most of these after the protest period. So that's what phase 4 looks like. And finally, here's a map of our appraisal plan. On the left-hand side, you'll see the residential plan for all residential properties. And we are on year 4, which is that orange salmon color. And then on the right, you have commercial accounts, and that will be also in the salmon color. And a lot of that is going to be within the city limits. So that's where we're at on our reappraisal plan. And if you have any questions, again, on behalf of all of these amazing people in the picture, we want to thank you for all your continued support of our office. And we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Assessor and Deputy Assessor. This was great. Commissioners? Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair Green. Thank you, Assessor Romero. Thank you, Deputy Assessor Barry. I have a quick question about agricultural exemptions. Is the exemption full property tax exemption, or what percentage of the, I don't know, property taxes reduced by having some cattle or something like that?
Chair Green, Commissioner Johnson, so it's not a full exemption, but it decreases your land value on the land that you're utilizing for agricultural purposes to a lesser amount. For instance, let's say your value may have a net taxable value of $150,000. You may be decreased to $2,500. And we can go more over that in our office in detail.
Okay.
In a future date, if you'd like, Commissioner.
So, and that counts for farms and other kinds of agricultural activity?
Chair Green, Commissioner Johnson, it does count for farms, and essentially statute states that you're providing an item or a product, essentially a product for consumption or sell. So you're proving that you're meeting the requirements of state statute, and you're either eating it or selling it, right? So one that comes up quite often is horses, right? Hey, I have horses on my property. Well, first, we're not in Canada, so I don't think we eat them. They do still eat them in Canada? I'm not sure.
France, for sure. But go on.
There you go. So, and you know, for consumption or sell, right? Some of them aren't selling the foals but there are some that do. So you have to meet that requirement of giving us the correct paperwork to prove that, hey, I am indeed selling horses.
Okay, thank you for answering that question. Commissioner Bustamante and I have a resolution about agriculture today, and I think that we should add the assessor's office to the list of contacts, if you agree to that. That's a little outside of this discussion, but thank you for the presentation. It's very informative, and keep up the good work.
Chair Green, Commissioner Johnson, I would love to sit down with you and just go over the details of it for your district, so you can direct them, because it is helpful, and I think it is a good thing for our county for us to be self-sustaining, right? You talk about, we're having a conversation at El Vecino today, and we're like, yeah, we better know how to, grow our own food and be able to, have our own honey and things of that nature. So
absolutely, I appreciate that, and I will take you up on that. Thank you, Assessor Romero.
Thank you. And just as a follow-up, I think his question was, do peacock feathers count?
I'm going to stay, Chair Green, Commissioner Johnson. It depends if they're male or female, right? The pretty ones are the males, right?
Yes, they are.
Yes.
The showy ones are, yes. They do produce eggs, though, but I'll yield.
Sorry, thank you. Commissioners, other questions about this? Yes, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, just a quick question. Could you go about how you do I forget what you call it, the assessing of residential property? Do you look for any changes to the use or additions to the property, or what do you look for when you're reassessing them?
Chair Green, Commissioner Hughes, yes, essentially, both. We're looking at every and all things that are related to the property. So it's the perfect opportunity to see if there's any additional square footage that was added, checking the allocations, checking all of the details on the property record card just to make sure that they are reflective of what we're seeing at that point in time. So and again, yeah, the use of the property is a huge thing as well. So we're looking at any and all information that'll help us be current and correct as we're called to do here in the assessor's office.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that explanation.
Chair Green, Commissioner Hughes, I also want to state that sometimes it allows us to see the buildings in person, right, where we get a better understanding of depreciation at that time as well. So we might even say, hey, we have depreciation, or we're calling that this home is 20 years old, right? Not actual years, but effective age. But it looks like it's a bit older, right? It went through a windstorm, so it wasn't in our orthophotography for that year prior. So, I mean, we really look at everything when we get the chance to be on a property.
Thank you. Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Assessor Romero. I think there are probably a lot of people who have chickens in their areas, and I'm thinking a lot of them don't really claim those, and they've probably been eating their eggs, especially now that I just read this article this morning. We were dancing around because it turns out that eggs might have a positive correlation to avoiding dementia and Alzheimer's. I'm not trying to pitch the sale of my eggs, but
But she is
But
going
I'm
for
thinking-
agricultural exemption.
there are probably quite a few people who have them, and I think that's one of those that I don't know that a lot of people think about, especially people who have small livestock areas, make cheese, etc. Which, if anybody who wants to know more about the cheese, not really. But yeah, just put that out there when we talk about urban agriculture and where you can have chickens, etc.
Chair Green, Commissioner Bustamante, you are right. It's the incredible edible egg, right? But yeah, so the thing with agriculture, it's about use, right? So where are those chickens running? Is that enough space within statute to give them agriculture? Some areas may, some not. And what I tell everyone is come into our office, come and apply, let us review your property, we'll show you the statute, let you know what you're able to receive, and we'd love to maybe work in conjunction with the commissioners, maybe in your respective areas out in the county, to say, hey, we're going to go out there and talk about ag and what's available. A lot of times people may be harvesting honey, right? And that's, the max amount that you can receive for honey is 1 acre. So they may be thinking, hey, I have one hive and that should be enough for my 100 acres. However, no, it serves, one hive is for 1 acre. And there are multiple other instances like that where we can speak in detail and speak to your constituents and would be available to each and one of you in your respective areas.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Assessor Romero. It really does go along with the importance of having access to local food and encouraging that, really encouraging people to have that food locally available. So thank you very much for this. It's timely.
I think it goes to the the value of free-range chickens as opposed to cooped chickens, right? If they take over your whole property, then you get the whole exemption?
It's that, or Chair Green, Commissioners, again, we'd have to look at statute a little further with that, but we don't receive many free-range chickens, right? Because how do you contain them? Do you have a water source? I mean, there's so many questions that we can talk about too, but that is true. Or your peacocks, right? If we know anyone that may be selling peacock feathers. I don't know.
Thank you. Commissioner Kakari-Stone.
Thank you, Chair Green. I don't have any questions. I just want to thank you, Assessor and County Assessor. I'm actually shocked you do this much work with only 20 full-time employees. I was thinking it was more, so I appreciate your work. Thank you.
Chair Green, Commissioner Kakari-Stone. It is more. We have about 44 employees, but still very impressive. It's a lot of work nonetheless, so thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. I don't know where I got 20 from, but still, that's impressive. Thanks.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I did have a couple questions. First, I'm going to give you a shout out for the succession planning, right? Having a good transition. We will miss your institutional knowledge, but I'm guessing he'll have you on speed dial when there's a question, and you will be available. Now we just don't have to pay you for it. So this is, yeah, maybe. Okay, you're gone. All right, I got you. But thank you for working through that. That is definitely institutional knowledge of value. I do have a question about in that residential space. There are two questions. The first one is based on slide 10. You had a 6-something% aspect of growth, and maybe I'm misunderstanding this, but I would say that there's 3 areas of growth. There's the standard 3% growth on things that don't have a change. There is going to be growth in new construction, and there's going to be growth in new sales. Anything else?
Chair Green, commissioners, I mean, yes, you have new construction, you have change in ownership,
Right.
You have change of use, right? So reclassification, this one comes up, there we go, that's the one there, yeah. So different scenarios that are in place that may increase the value, yes.
Don't need to do it for this year, but it'd be great to know how that breaks out, right? Next year, how many reclassifications, how many sales, and how did it impact that? Because if something's been in a family for, 50 years and it gets sold, that's going to have a dramatic change in valuation. Just interesting for the community to understand that. In that reclassification point, those get taken out of residential though, right? So they move over to non-residential.
Chair Green, they would move to non-res from residential, that is true. But if you're moving them back from non-res to res, that would be an increase in residential.
Okay. So how many, I had some folks ask, how many non-res or res to non-res conversions did you have? And then what were the triggers for it?
Chair Green, I would love to be a genius and have a photographic memory and remember that amount, but I give you my word, I will get you that number.
Okay, that'd be great. I'd love to know that. We'll follow up on that. And then that's it. Thank you. Congratulations. Great job. Great 4 years. Thank you. It's been a privilege to work with you.
And Chair Green, go Knickerbockers.
Go Knicks. Isn't that amazing? Come on,
that
let's
what
go
you're saying?
orange. We're going to get excited for the Orangemen this year too. So I'm going to be sad not to, anyway, keep in touch.
Yeah.
We'll cheer the Knicks on and the orange on. Thank you. For those of you watching at home, I'm a Knick fan and they are playing badass. Okay. Thank you, Assessor's Office. Thank you, everybody. It is now 3:37. Do you think you can take on you can get us on a couple items?
Isn't it time for a break?
If you would like a break, we'll do a break then.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Yes. Oh, we do have a resolution. I'm sorry.
Yep, we need to vote.
Yep. Excellent. You
I motion
started
to
walking
approve.
away. Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Bustamante. We have a second from Commissioner Kokari-Stone, and Commissioner Johnson left the room. Here he's back. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. For the record, Commissioner Johnson. Is that an aye? Excellent, thank you. Yes.
I have my own.
Yes, sure. Okay. Yes, okay. Folks, we're going to take we're going to do the proclamation right now, and then we'll take a break if you're okay on a request here.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kokari-Stone has a proclamation requesting approval of honoring the remembering Juniper Blessing and affirming dignity, safety, and human rights for all LGBTQIA2S+ people. Take it away.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair Green. And I welcome Mr. Kevin Bowen and Chanel Delgado up to the mic, please. Fellow commissioners and the public, Santa Fe County staff, today we introduce a proclamation honoring and remembering Juniper Blessing. She were a beloved young member of our Santa Fe community whose life was taken far too soon. Violence is unimaginable, and when Mr. Bowen had given me a call May 12th, and I was able to talk to you on the way home from our BCC meeting, I think For many of us, when one is hurt and injured, the rest of us suffer as well. And my heart's even racing now. Juniper was only 19 years old, a gifted singer, artist, scholar, and a proud transgender young woman whose life reflected courage, brilliance, and possibility. Her loss devastates not only her family and friends, but our entire community. Her family said it simply, Juniper's loss not only devastates us, but diminishes the world. And her mother asked us to know one thing, that Juniper is and will always be pure love. Even though this was not classified as a hate crime, regardless, we know the pain and fear that transgender and queer communities continue to carry on in this country. We know the extraordinary contributions of LGBTQIA2S+ individuals make every day to the culture, artistic, civic, and social fabric of Santa Fe County and our communities and families. I want to cite in the landmark civil rights reader, we have emotional response, but then we need to act. And we look to the law, and we look to civil rights to protect us, and we look to local government to stand up and say, ya basta, no more, not one more child, not one more person of our community. In the landmark civil rights reader, Power, Privilege, and Law, legal scholars Leslie Bender and Jane Braverman asked us to reflect on a foundational question in American democracy. Who has historically been in we the people? Who has been excluded? The long arc of civil rights in this country has always been about expanding that circle of belonging, not closing it. And here in local government, we can insist, and as a community, we insist that dignity is not conditional and is not dependent, and we do not succumb to fascism and hate at the national level. At a moment when LGBTQIA2S+ communities are facing renewed political legal attacks, we must especially be clear about our responsibility. Democracy cannot survive when the humanity of certain people become negotiable. Our obligation is not only to reject hatred, but to actively defend the dignity, safety, and freedom of every person. This proclamation, my fellow commissioners and public, is about more than remembrance. It's not window dressing. It's about who we choose to be as a county and as a community. We are affirming that every LGBTQIA2+ person deserves dignity, safety, belonging, and freedom to live fully who they are. I want to recognize that many employees in our county are parents of transgender children, that we have many queer out employees, we have many family members, so this affects our county community as well as our larger community. So we honor Juniper, and I want to thank Mr. Kevin Bowen for your unwavering leadership. You show up in ways that a Human Rights Alliance should show up, personally, interpersonally, publicly. You're there not just for the good times, not just for drag bingo and gay pride, which takes a lot of work on you and the board and many, but you're there for the hard times. You're there to hold people up and for the hard conversations and for love and support. I also want to thank Chanel Delgado, who is a licensed master social worker. And Chanel, it was nice to see your bio and all you do. You've presented so much, but you do have trauma-informed clinical social worker background and have been trained, and you worked for Youth and Family Services. You were instrumental and have been in our DWI program, and you've been a big part of planning our youth multi-use center. And you know, and many of us know, we need trusted, safe communities. I'm happy that the county manager has included the possibility of what I requested for a feasibility study of a pride center, a safe place to be, a safe place to celebrate, but to also a safe place to come together and find a community. So with that, I ask you, please, and invite you to make comments and then read it together. And then if commissioners would like to make comments as well as what you read or ask questions, I appreciate that I'm on a board of county commissioners that's inclusive, that when the media asked for a response, each of you responded with a statement. I'm proud to be a part of love and not hate, and I just want to appreciate my fellow BCC members as well.
Chair and Commissioners, we gather here today with heavy hearts to remember Juniper Blessing, a young person whose life carried promise, creativity, compassion, and dignity, and whose loss has deeply affected our community here in Santa Fe and far beyond. We honor Juniper's memory. We hold their family and their loved ones in our prayers, and we recognize the grief and fear that many young people and families are carrying in this moment. Santa Fe County stands firmly against hatred, violence, bullying, and exclusion in all forms. Here in New Mexico, people still believe in showing up for one another. When someone is hurting, we bring food, we make calls, we sit beside each other, we check in. That's true in our pueblos, our villages, our neighborhoods, and across generations of families who learn that you get through hard times together, not alone. There's an old spirit here of vecino helping vecino, neighbor helping neighbor, and it still matters. Communities across New Mexico continue to describe that kind of care and shared responsibility as a part of who we are. So as we remember Juniper, we also recommit ourselves to being the kind of community that carries one another through grief instead of turning away from it. Santa Fe County is committed to making sure the services we provide, both directly and through our community partners, are there for all young people and all families. Every child deserves safety. Every person deserves human dignity. Every family deserves to feel they belong. And every young person deserves the freedom to grow into who they are without fear, cruelty, or isolation. At the end of the day, this is about something simple: how we treat each other. Whether people feel welcomed when they walk into a room, whether parents know they can ask for help, whether a young person knows their lives matter and their community will stand beside them when times are hard. That's the New Mexico I believe in. That's the New Mexico many of us were raised to believe in, a place where we carry each other's burdens, where we love our neighbors well, and where nobody should have to walk through pain alone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to say a few different things. It's been 2 weeks today that I was called, the Human Rights Alliance was called to work with Juniper's family. So it's been a long 2 weeks for our organization and personally for me. But my concern is thinking ahead, things that we've been talking about. There have been 6 transgendered people murdered so far this year. About 410,000 transgendered Americans have moved from their place where they were living prior to the Trump administration coming on board. That's a lot of people. They are moving across the country, and what we're going to start to see that I've been trying to tell everyone is the fact that we're going to have to provide them services. We know that Seattle is overwhelmed with transgender people because it's considered a safe space. And now that community doesn't know if that's the truth. And that's a problem. We know that people are moving to the state of New Mexico. We know that northern New Mexico, Santa Fe County and Santa Fe are getting new folks moving here, LGBTQIA2S+, and especially transgendered people. And what we're trying to do is to advocate for how are we going to treat everyone fairly. Our communities intersect. LGBTQIA2S intersects with the immigrant community. It intersects with people of color. It intersects with the disabled community and many others. And right now, they're all just being thrown out. And now we have to decide, how are we going to service those people? and make sure that they get the county services, the city services, the state services that they need. That's all I have to say. And thank you for your kind words. I appreciate it.
Now we'll have the reading, and then as the chair wishes to move forward with comments, or comments first, then the reading, what do you prefer?
No, go ahead, please.
All right. In honor and remembrance of Juniper Blessing and in affirmation of the dignity, safety, and human rights of all LGBTQIS plus persons. Whereas Juniper Blessing, age 19, was a beloved resident of Santa Fe, New Mexico, a 2024 graduate of the New Mexico School for the Arts, a gifted singer described by their family as possessing a transcendent voice, a young person of extraordinary talent, intelligence, and compassion who is courageously living their life as a transgender individual. And whereas Juniper Blessing was brutally and senselessly murdered on the evening of May 10th, 2026, having been fatally stabbed more than 40 times in the laundry room of a student housing complex near the University of Washington in Seattle, Washington, where they had enrolled to study voice and pursue their dreams. And whereas Juniper's family has said that their loss not only devastates us, but diminishes the world, a profound truth felt by the entire Santa Fe community, the New Mexico School for the Arts community, and all who knew and loved them. And whereas Juniper Blessing was born in Princeton, New Jersey, moved to Santa Fe in 2018, and became a cherished member of our community, who worked as an usher at the Santa Fe Opera and aspired to a future full of music, philosophy, and purpose. And whereas transgender and gender nonconforming people face disproportionate rates of violence, with advocacy organizations documenting a record high number of fatal attacks, including in recent years, including 27 known deaths from violence in the United States between November 2024 and November 2025, according to the Human Rights Campaign Foundation. And whereas the LGBTQIAS plus community, encompassing lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, two-spirit, and all other persons of diverse sexual orientations, gender identities, and gender expressions contribute immensely to the culture, artistic, civic, and social fabric of Santa Fe County. And whereas Santa Fe County is a community founded on the values of mutual respect, inclusion, and the inherent dignity of every person, and it is solemn duty of this Board of County Commission to ensure that those values are reflected in all aspects of county governance and public life. And whereas the Santa Fe Human Rights Alliance and the Trans Collective at the University of Washington and countless community members have stood together in grief, solidarity, and to resolve the tragic death of Juniper Blessing, reminding us that love and justice must prevail over hatred and violence.
Now, here's the part. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that we, you, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County, hereby stand unequivocally with transgender persons and all members of the LGBTQIA2S plus community, mourning the devastating loss of Juniper Blessing, honoring their memory, and declaring that their life mattered in Santa Fe, in Seattle, and everywhere, and will actively and unapologetically defend and uphold the human rights, civil rights, and dignity of every transgender person and every member of the LGBTQIA2S plus community within its jurisdiction, and will oppose discrimination of policies at any level of government that seeks to diminish, deny, or endanger those rights, and declares a policy of zero tolerance for hate, discrimination, harassment, or violence against any person based upon their gender identity, gender expressions, sexual orientation, or any other aspect of their identity, and will ensure this policy is reflected in all county services, employment, contracting programs, and governance. and commits to fostering community safety and belonging for all LGBTQIA2S+ residents, including through continued collaboration with community organizations, law enforcement, and advocacy groups to ensure that hate crimes are investigated, prosecuted, and treated with the full seriousness they demand. And commit to ensuring that county services, programs, and community initiatives are inclusive, supportive, and accessible to LGBTQIA2S+ individuals, and further commits to building and maintaining intentional partnerships with external providers, organizations, and community-based agencies that offer LGBTQIA2S+ specific services, resources, advocacy, healthcare, housing support, mental health services, youth programming, and culturally competent care. And calls upon the state of New Mexico and all levels of government to strengthen protections for transgender individuals, to fully fund and support hate crime prevention programs, and to ensure that every person, regardless of gender identity or expression, can live, work, study, and exist in safety and freedom. And direct staff to ensure that this proclamation be transmitted to the family of Juniper Blessing, to the Santa Fe Human Rights Alliance, and to the New Mexico School for the Arts, and to all LGBTQIA2S+ community organizations in Santa Fe County as a formal and permanent expression of this board's solidarity, love, and commitment to justice. Adopted, approved, and passed this 26th day of May, 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you. I admittedly was the only commissioner that did not have a paragraph in the press release that went out because it was literally 1:58 and I was asked to have something by 2 o'clock. I prepared, I contacted her, and she said it's already gone out. So, ça suffit. But I do have something to say. And when it's about dignity and a person's right to be who they are authentically, I mean, what is the question that we have? And there are those who have said, you know, that acronym just gets longer because that is the breadth of the hate that is out there for people that need to be included in a statement of love and protection. I will say that there isn't anyone on this commission who did not live through a period where Juniper's generation knew so much more freedom than what I knew growing up, than what we experienced in just knowing people were going to hate you and they didn't need to know who you are. And when I attended the beautiful ritual on the plaza, the vigil, it felt like the rug had been pulled out from a younger generation. That suddenly we were in a place where those of us who remember worse days, and here we are, right? We remembered worse days and the rug was pulled out. You can't be authentic in who you are. There are people who are going to hate you, and they don't even need to know you. I am so grateful for this being brought forward with compassion and love for anyone who does not feel that they can be their truly authentic selves on this planet in a life that is certain to bring you grief and pain no matter who you are. No matter who you are. For those who have been given silver spoons, life will still be hard. So why are we hurting people? I am so grateful. I am so grateful. And the only part of the statement that I had prepared that I want to read is that a just society is measured not by how it treats the powerful, but how fiercely it protects those most vulnerable to hatred and exclusion. So thank you.
You're here. Commissioners, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Carson. Wow, I might not be able to do this. You all spoke very eloquently. And I'm going to speak less eloquently, but I really liked what you said. You know, humanity and dignity of transgender folks, it's non-negotiable. Excuse me. And this is a horrible, horrible tragedy. You know, we do need, as Commissioner Bustamante said, compassion and love for everyone. And for me, just thinking about someone who is 19, life being taken away from them. Their life mattered. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Hughes.
Yes, thank you for bringing this forward, Commissioner Kakari-Stone, and thank you for speaking so eloquently, the two of you. I agree with everything you said. I think we do need to love whoever you are, everyone, and we need to respect that. I think we also need to work against violence. The federal government is promoting hate, and hate leads to violence. And so that's why I think there's been an increase in violence against whatever group you want to choose. You know, they've been experiencing violence. And well, except maybe old white men, right? But even so, we suffer when everyone suffers. And so thank you for bringing this forward. It's an important point, and it's certainly a terrible tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. So I was lucky enough to be down on the plaza when we had the celebration. It was great to see you there, Commissioner Bustamante. It was great to see the whole community there. Kevin, thank you for leading and helping that family. You know, the Blessing family needs a lot of support. The whole community needs a lot of support, and you are the tip of the spear and or you're the shield that protects us. Well, let's not use offensive weapons, let's use defensive weapons. And you do great work. The community rallied there, and there was a lot of the beginning of healing, right? There was a lot of shock and just, you know, you felt it. And to the NMSA community, it has been just, you know, rug pulled out from under them. Every metaphor you want to use, this is not the way that our community or any community should feel or be subject to. Hate has no place in Santa Fe County or in our hearts. We need to call it out everywhere, everywhere. And we're seeing it come back, you know? This is really sad. We need to make sure that we continue to protect every minority, whether it's sexual minority, whether it's ethnic minority, whether it's a racial minority, whether it's a religious minority. And even if it's a majority, everybody has a right. And so we need to always have our arms open to accept everybody for who they are and lift everybody up and protect everybody that is less fortunate and persecuted. Thank you, Commissioner Kakari-Stone, for bringing this forward. I got your second when it's time.
Okay, with that, I request approval of a proclamation honoring and remembering Juniper Blessing and affirming the dignity, safety, and human rights of all LGBTQIA2S+ persons.
And I'm seconding that. So we've got a motion from Commissioner Kakari-Stone, a second by myself. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Thank you, Juniper.
And I'm going to ask Chair Green, Kevin, if what I'd like to send, I know the family's not ready to come out, and we respect their safety to just be protected right now. But I'm going to ask, I'm going to have this framed. If you could take it to the family on our behalf, and maybe Chanel
Absolutely.
can join you on behalf of it. Thank you. Can we get a photograph just to document the moment of inclusion and love? Thanks.
All right. We promised a break, and I think this is as good a time as any to have an 11-minute break, 14-minute break. We will come back at 4:20 and pick up with the broadband piece. Thank you. And we're back. Thank you. Oh, wow, that looks seasonal. I will, but not right now. I'm talking. But thank you very much. That looks great. Okay, we're back. And we are going to jump around a little bit, and just so people know what's going to happen, we're going to do the broadband item first. Second, we're going to go do the data center, and then the third, we're going to do the rock. So we got you, and then we'll go back to the agenda as best we can. So thank you for indulging me in jumping around here a little bit. Let me go find the item. This is item 8E, a resolution authorizing the county manager to negotiate a matching funds agreement with the Office of Broadband Access and Equity to support BEAD-funded broadband deployment in Santa Fe County. Commissioner Justin Green and Camila Bustamante are sponsors, and County Manager Greg Shaffer is going to take the lead on this, and we will fill in behind here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Green and Commissioners. As the board is aware, Santa Fe County has made the decision to transition to the statewide digital trunk radio system owned and managed by the Department of Information Technology. As part of that transition, the county contemplated that it would have to develop several so-called greenfield sites, i.e. new locations for radio infrastructure to include towers, and we estimated that would cost the county approximately $1.85 million to develop those greenfield sites. Separately, the board has separately been apprised of a so-called BEAD grant award to Sacred Wind ComNet in the total project amount of approximately $30 million. It's a little bit shy of that, $29.663 million, which requires a non-federal match of $7,415,858.66. A presentation was given to the board on March 31st, 2026, concerning the Sacred Wind ComNet project. And what's before you today is a resolution that would authorize the negotiation of a matching funds agreement with the New Mexico Office of Broadband Access and Equity to support BEAD-funded broadband deployment in Santa Fe County. Specifically, it would authorize the county potentially making available as part of the non-federal match the $1.85 million that we had identified as potentially being required in order to develop greenfield sites. So in essence, we would be making available funding to support the ComNet Sacred Wind BEAD award, and in exchange, at a minimum, we would want to negotiate an agreement that guarantees that the county's contribution would ultimately meet our obligation to the digital trunk radio system through the construction and operation of radio equipment. So again, we would be taking funding that we had identified as being necessary for greenfield sites and making that available as a match, and in exchange, we would receive at a minimum the greenfield construction, if you will, or adequate substitute infrastructure to support the digital trunk radio system build out. So it's, to borrow a phrase, this is an effort to potentially address two situations with one source of money. This would then make it clear to both OBE and Sacred Wind ComNet, what resources would have to be cobbled together from other non-federal sources at the state and or in the private sector in order to meet the full match required for the project. So that's the backdrop as to how we got to this place and why it is that I believe that in addition to the support of Commissioner or Chair Green and Commissioner Bustamante, I think that staff can support this resolution and this match for the reasons that I stated, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, County Manager Shaffer. Commissioner Bustamante, do you want to take it from here for a second?
I will. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Chair, for bringing this forward and asking me to support this with you. It means a lot because it means an absolute lot to my district. We have a lot of artists out in the Cerrillos Hills and, I'm sorry, Cerrillos Hills is redundant, in Cerrillos, and in Madrid and along Highway 14, and some of them want to market their goods and be able to be online, and there's nothing. And when we look at just the service in our county together, it really, really matters. So you and working with this funding and how we can actually support this, and then to find that the manager has already found a way to connect this with an initiative that we're already onto makes it so much more plausible that we'll be able to have this service for our constituents. So thank you, and thank you to those who are supportive of this, sincerely.
You're very welcome. So as a sponsor of this, we've spent many, many months in working on, let's say years actually, on broadband opportunities for Santa Fe County. And as the chair of ReadyNet, we've been working on this through 3 counties and 4 tribes and 1 city here. I did get a letter of support from ReadyNet today at our board meeting today, so they are ready, willing, and able once this project comes online to adopt it into Santa Fe County's broadband and system and help manage it. And this is for all of us. This is not just for District 1. In fact, this is probably, District 1 is probably the least in need, but let's just say we all need it. And, Commissioner Bustamante is right. This is great for District 3. I know that it's great for District 4. I know it's great for District 5. And I know it's great for District 2 as well. And this is something we should all get behind. We have Andrew Wilder from the Office of Broadband from the state who is here, who can answer some questions if he has to. Really, if he would like to speak, he's more than welcome, but, only if there's something that you have a question for. This is an intergovernmental agreement. This helps us expedite this issue with a partner at the state who is knowledgeable about this and who will have our best interests in mind. It is their money that they are helping us leverage into investment in broadband in Santa Fe County. So handing it over to, in an agreement to them, is a great way to partner this and expedite this process here. I will answer some more questions here if you have them. I am going to ask my fellow commissioners 2 things. The first one is the $1.85 million is what we would otherwise be investing in the radio towers. I would ask that that we have a little wiggle room and put up to $500,000 of additional capital if it's necessary to bridge this. So the total would be 2.35 million of capital if it's necessary. Because to get to $7.5 million may not be possible with the 1.85, and it's, at one point we were willing to put in $4.5 million of our own money. So to ask for an extra $500,000 seems like we're getting a great value out of this. Additionally, I ask the approval of the board that when appropriate and not in violation of any procurement standards or anything there, that I'm of assistance to the county manager's office in helping negotiate this with the Office of Broadband and to make sure that this gets smoothed over so that we can expedite this and that it's okay with you all to be in the room and part of that negotiating party. But I will answer questions about that or anything about this, this measure as you want. Commissioner Kokari-Stone.
Thank you, Chair Green, and thank you, Commissioner Bustamante, for bringing this forward and for the county manager, your overview. I totally support this, and I think it's smart to do intergovernmental leveraging. It really does benefit our communities. Broadband's important. Let me clarify. So the resolution is asking for 1,850,000, and you're asking to throw in another 500,000 on top of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you amending the resolution?
The resolution would change to, yes, to 2.35.
Okay, what I would recommend is that we pass it as written today, but that we put it on the agenda for the capital outlay projects and see it in the mix of all the capital funding so that we really can look at parity and what we're prioritizing. This is a good investment, it's a great start, and we could add more later, and I think it's important to be frugal to consider it with the other capital funds. Thank you.
Excellent. Yes. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Kakari Stone. I think we have a lot of capital projects that we want to look at, and we ought to compare this with them. And also, we ought to find out if the 1.8 is enough.
Yes, it would only be if necessary, but it's okay. It can come later. It definitely can come back to us as part of that.
Yeah.
I agree. Okay. Commissioner Johnson? No? Commissioner?
If I can just make one more statement, because I did run this, I was having conversations with people, and the naysayers were, why wouldn't we just do the Skylink? And
LEO, low Earth orbit.
the good news about this is hardwired. This is more resilient. So, that was the one case for the naysayers who wondered why we would need it. And this actually provides some good, we're talking cable. So, thank you.
Yes. The other opportunities behind this are not only our public radios, but our county facilities could be hooked up to this. There's so many more benefits that we can negotiate into this, but we're leveraging into close to $30 million, and most of it is federal money. And in this case, if we stick to the 1.85 million that we're putting in, it's actually zero additional money. It is money that we would be spending anyway, and we're going to get what we would spend it on in return. So it's essentially zero money out of our pocket, and it's a great opportunity here. All right, so I'm going to make a motion to approve this resolution with the added, if you so see fit, but I'm going to make it this way, that I, Justin Green, be able to assist in negotiations with the county manager in helping Obey and the Santa Fe County make this deal with Sacred Wind, ComNet, and whenever appropriate, have me in the room, and whenever inappropriate, I will leave.
To second?
Sure.
Second.
We've got a motion by myself, second from Commissioner Bustamante, and for further discussion?
Yes.
Please. Are you going to discussion
Yes.
or vote?
No, I'm going to discuss.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just going to ask the county manager whether that's okay with that amendment.
I did check that, but okay, go ahead.
With what?
Chair Green, Commissioner Hughes, it's really at the pleasure of the board. As I understood the motion, it's to be a resource as opposed to vesting responsibility in a single commissioner. So again, I think it's really at the pleasure of the board.
Okay, thank you.
I haven't, in my year and 5 months here, I haven't heard about it. When we vote for something, we usually trust the powers and the county manager to move forward and bring legal. I haven't seen a situation where just one BCC member negotiates something like this. So I guess I just want to ask our legal counsel, is that in alignment with the processes that we do? I just want to be sure.
Chair Green and Commissioner Kakari Stone, as the county manager indicated, this is again entirely the prerogative of the board in terms of how it wants to proceed with this. As the county manager said, I didn't, and I agree, I didn't hear the chair to be saying that he would be directed to act on behalf of the board and given the power to enter into an agreement on behalf of the board. So again, I'm not I'm a little unclear about whether we're even amending the proposed resolution, and I would invite the chair to provide more specific language if he's seeking an actual amendment to the resolution's text. But certainly, if the board wants to deliver additional instructions along with its passage, its vote to pass the resolution along the lines that Chair Green has suggested, in the sense of him being a resource for the county manager, I don't see any substantive change to the resolution as presented. Sorry for that long-winded explanation.
Thank you, and Chair Green. And I really support this. I support you being involved. But since you and Commissioner Bustamante are co-sponsors, I would, if we're going to amend anything, if it's okay with Commissioner Bustamante, that she also be invited as part of this process as a co-chair, unless she doesn't feel like she has to. But I was going to add that.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner. Respectfully, I happened to be working at Northern New Mexico College when ReadyNet launched, and at that time, this guy was working with someone who later became my boss, Monica Abeta, and I really trust in the commissioner's ability to carry this forward. I just know that we want to make sure that nothing is promised on our behalf, but that it would come back here. But I know now that it's been decades of work that this commissioner has been working on broadband.
Thank you. And I'd be more than welcome to have somebody there, but nobody needs more work than
I'm happy to do so, sincerely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion by myself, a second from Commissioner Bustamante. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Let's go make a deal. Excellent. Thank you. Do we have a resolution number, please?
Mr. Chair, that resolution number is 072, 2026-072.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrew, for being here. Cheers. All right, we're going to go into back to, where are we? Data center is 8A. So item 8A, still jumping around a little bit. Request authorization to publish title and general summary of ordinance number 2026, an ordinance imposing a 12-month moratorium on development approvals or the issuance of development permits for large-scale data center facilities. Commissioner Kokari-Stone and Commissioner Hughes, and a whole bunch of supporters.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Green, and fellow commissioners and the public. This is just introducing the ordinance. I'd like to invite our guest speaker up, our presenter. We have subject matter experts, not advocates. They're giving us factual data as an introduction to the board and to the public on data centers, sort of the ecology of data centers. I will recognize you in a minute. We also have someone online. And I want to first defer to Commissioner Hughes. I'm proud to work alongside you. You've been a long-time advocate of environmental issues, and I'd like you to make some opening statements, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is very important for us to do this moratorium, given that some data centers are good and some are bad. And we have a very good example of how bad they can be for the environment at the Jupiter project occurring in Doña Ana County. And so we want to just take a year and decide what guardrails we can put around that. I mean, they may be necessary, but we want them to be good partners, good neighbors, and good for the environment. So, and now we can proceed, I guess.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. I also want to recognize Olivia Padilla and Gabriel Bustos here, our respective liaisons with our offices, for showing up, doing the work, putting a lot of footwork, and for Attorney Boyd, if there's questions, I really invite you and appreciate you weighing in. I know that we threw a lot at you. We like to look at a lot of evidence, but you actually crafted something pretty solid and excellent. Right now, we're living in a data center. Every time we open Google Maps, stream a show, use a banking app, send an email, or ask AI a question, that action is powered by a data center somewhere. And here we are. It's part of our daily life. But as Commissioner Hughes said, not all data centers are equal. There's good players, there's bad players, and everything in between. Our presenters and subject matter experts are going to give us the, like I said, the social ecology of data centers, so we have things for consideration. But a small server, for instance, and a hyperscale AI facility are as different as a garden hose and a Hoover Dam. That's the difference. And we're here focusing on the large-scale facilities. Here in New Mexico alone, PNM's last resource plan projects projects at least 600 megawatts of new data center load in just 5 years. So that's the energy part. And the water drain, which matters perhaps more than anything in Santa Fe County and our environment, is consumed in 2 days. Most people don't realize, on site for cooling systems and off-site for the power generation that feeds them. There's 2 parts here, and our subject matter experts are going to present this and kind of give us what's the trade-off a bit. So with that being said, this gives us a meaningful pause. It not only gives us some safeguards so our community can come together and weigh in, but also safeguards for our growth management and our staff as they're developing the sustainable development codes, and we can really think ahead rather than react. I'm going to invite Attorney Boyd if you want to mention any other legal parameters that this does or doesn't do, if you'd like to make any comments.
Chair Green and Commissioner Kakari-Stone, I'm happy to speak to any of the provisions of the draft ordinance. As you've already mentioned, Commissioner Kakari-Stone, this proposed ordinance is up before the board for consideration in publication of notice and intent to adopt. So if the action item carries today, it will be back in front of the board for the hearing that is part of the ordinary course in adopting an ordinance. So we can consider changes both today and at the final hearing on the ordinance. The only other thing I would note at the outset is that it's important for the board to understand what this moratorium, what it can do via a moratorium. I'm not aware of any pending applications, land use applications for the construction of a data center, whether hyperscale or otherwise, in Santa Fe County. But the ordinance, in order to be legally airtight, needs to make clear that it's not prejudicing any existing entitlements that may have been issued by the board. So again, this is prospective. It will go into immediate effect if it is ultimately adopted, but that's the only caveat that I would note before the board gets to considering. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Boyd. And in a nutshell, this ordinance, which proposes a 12-month moratorium, is in line with the trends that other counties are doing to take that meaningful pause, and allows us to decide on our own terms what kind of data center, if we would get an application, would be within our county jurisdiction. With that being said, Chair Green, I thought maybe question and answers and additional comments, if there's any amendments, could come after the subject matter presentation, so we can kind of give the overview first. Is that okay?
That's fabulous. Thank you.
Then I'll go ahead and proceed. We're going to start with no longer than a 15-minute presentation by Deborah Kapeloff and Dr. Anda Linden-Weller. They are from the Western Resource Advocates. They've been leading the nation and actually did a statewide presentation online for us with the Coalition for Sustainable Communities and many others in the state. They are going to speak to data centers in New Mexico, energy siting considerations. Following their presentation, we'll have a reflection from Shelby Butts, Associate Program Director, Environment, Energy, and Land Use from the National Association of Counties. NACO's been terrific, and I know when we were in NACO, many of us were able to go to some of the data centers talk. Olivia and I have been consulting with them online. Gabe had a chance to meet them, and by the way, the presentation's in your packet, but so is the data center report, the primer from NACO, which is excellent. They break it down as a quick read. Finally, we'll have a 5-minute question and answer time, or as long as the commission would like, obviously. And Brian Bonanno, I believe, is he online? Mr. Fresquez, is Brian Bonanno with us? He's with Bernalillo County, thank you. And Brian has been an incredible resource to Olivia and I and to Commissioner Hughes's office, and was part of a fact sheet the Bernalillo County Commission passed a resolution regarding the economic impact of data centers, a little bit different, but he can be available for any potential fellow county questions that you all may have. So with that, we welcome the presentation, and out of respect for all our other agenda items, let's try to keep it exactly on time, and I'm going to ask the chair to please kind of move us along. Thank you.
I'll try my best. All right. Please take it away.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Anna Linden Weller. I am...
Use that microphone like it works.
I need to be closer to this microphone, clearly.
And you can pull it closer to you so you don't have to lean over.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you. My name is Anna Linden Weller. I am the Senior Policy Advisor for Clean Energy at Western Resource Advocates in New Mexico. My colleague, Deb Kapoloff, who is online, is the author of our data center report, which came out last year. She's going to lead off this presentation, and I will add some local aspects to it, and then we are both available for questions. She's based in Colorado and is therefore online. So Deb, if you're out there, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Anna Linden, and thank you, Commissioners, for having us today. So we're briefly going to start off, if we could go to the next slide, please, by talking about what a data center is. And so, sorry, I don't see the slide advancing, but I will just go ahead. Thank you. So data centers are these facilities that are computing facilities that have servers and other networking equipment that can store, manage, process, and distribute large amounts of data. I think Commissioner Kakari Stone put it very well when she said that they can be as different as a hose and the Hoover Dam. And generally what we are seeing is that data centers are increasingly becoming larger and larger hyperscale facilities in order to power artificial intelligence use cases. And so what we are seeing, especially in requests from utilities and in their load forecasts, is that many of the facilities that are proliferating today are these large hyperscale data centers, as opposed to some of the more smaller, more historical data centers that folks have been used to seeing. Next slide, please. So data centers have a really interesting nexus between water and energy, and that is because the amount of computing equipment in these data centers generates a lot of heat, and this computing equipment needs to be kept at a very specific temperature to ensure that it does not overheat and damage the computing equipment and it is able to run efficiently. So because of that, data centers have very significant cooling needs. In our report that looked at data center projections from utilities across the West, we found that if data centers used the national average in terms of their cooling efficiency, they would use about 12,000 acre feet of water in 2030, just from that on-site cooling use, and over 20,000 acre feet in 2035. However, I will note that that national average of 0.36 liters per kilowatt hour, that's an efficiency metric that's based on the amount of water that is used per unit of electricity, and would be equal to about 95 gallons per megawatt hour. That is a national projection. And unfortunately, individual data centers' water use varies greatly, and there is a lack of transparency about further information about data center water use. Most large companies may release water use data, if at all, on a basis that spans their entire company. So for example, Meta might release information not only about its Los Lunas data center, but also its data center operations in Europe and South America with one average intensity for its water use. That being said, water use varies very significantly based on the type of cooling technology, as well as the climate and other design considerations of the data center. So, for example, when we think about a data center that is dry cooled, so air cooled, it could have a water efficiency of 0.11 liters per kilowatt hour, whereas a hybrid system that also incorporates water-based cooling could have an efficiency of 6.47 liters per kilowatt hour. So this is really important, but I also want to note that there is a connection between the water used on site and then water that may be needed for additional power generation. Many forms of fossil fuel based power generation have significant water footprints. So as you can see in this chart here, the potential additional water demand associated with data centers, if they were to be entirely served by additional gas plants, actually dwarfs the on-site use. And so I think that's a really important consideration when looking at data centers holistically, is understanding that if less water is being used on site, there is more electricity use that will be required. And depending on the type of generation, that may also be driving water use. Next slide, please. So to talk a little bit more about the water use of data centers, I'll just briefly talk about the different types of cooling technologies. So there are 4 primary types of cooling technologies. They may also be used in conjunction with each other, and a data center could employ a combination of these. Refrigeration cooling uses an air handler, and that can either be water cooled or air cooled. And it removes hot air from around the computing equipment in that data center. And then direct evaporative cooling systems, this is essentially equivalent to having like a swamp cooler in a data center, and uses water to cool air that is circulated within the data center. This is a type of cooling that many municipalities see as kind of the lowest hanging fruit in terms of water efficiency and have taken off the table for either industrial uses writ large or specifically data centers. However, some data centers will state that they only need to use direct evaporative cooling on very specific days of the year. For example, when the temperature is above 95 degrees, and will employ it as a secondary cooling technology, and so are opposed to an outright restriction on the use of direct evaporative cooling. And then free cooling is generally used in combination with other cooling technologies and uses outdoor ambient air or water to cool air that is circulated in a data center. It's kind of like opening the windows on a nice breezy day. And then lastly, liquid cooling systems. These are some of the most advanced cooling systems that are really just starting to be deployed at data centers, and they directly absorb heat from computing equipment rather than cooling the air around the computers, and because of that can be significantly more efficient. However, they tend to be less utilized because of their novelty, as well as significantly more expensive than these more legacy cooling technologies. And so I think a lot of what we're seeing is either a move towards technology-specific requirements for data centers, or acknowledging that this is a very nascent space with a lot changing, efficiency standards with regards to water use for data centers. And I will pass to my colleague, Anna Linden, to talk more about the energy impacts of data centers.
So the way I want to talk about this is to use 2 examples that are real. One is an extant data center that is run by Facebook/Meta in Los Lunas. This data center has been around for more than a decade now. It continues to grow in size. Meta is a hyperscaler. It, at the very beginning of its life, made an agreement with PNM that PNM would serve its power needs with yearly matching of 100% renewable energy. That's not to say that this data center runs off renewables every minute of the day, every day of the year, but PNM has agreed to procure as much renewable energy as the total energy that that data center needs to net out over an annual basis. There's about over 775 megawatts of solar and wind, and there's 100 megawatts of battery storage. This current proceeding to expand it by another third got approved by the Public Regulation Commission earlier this year. What I want to point out is that this is a huge amount of power, just absolutely colossal amount of power, but every bit of the power that PNM has procured for this data center has been approved at the Public Regulation Commission in a process that is open to the public and has opportunities for people to weigh in on whether the power is the right thing for PNM to be purchasing for this customer. In contrast, and I will admit that that Project Jupiter has recently revised many of these statements, but we have very little data on what they're going to do instead. So I'm using what that was originally in their air permits to describe what a data center could look like that makes a very different choice. The proposed Project Jupiter in Doña Ana County is about the same size, but they do not intend to make an arrangement with the local electric company, which in this case is El Paso Electric. They intend to provide all of their own power themselves, and originally intended to do this solely with gas turbines that they had bought. This would create about somewhere between 2 and 3 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions per year, which is in fact a larger amount of greenhouse gas emissions per year than all of PNM. So they have recently revised their proposed air permits to use fuel cells instead of just gas turbines, but these fuel cells also rely on natural gas, so that number of emissions will come down, but not to the net zero over a year that we're seeing from Los Lunas. There was a piece of legislation passed in 2025 which changed the way that a data center or anything else that built its own power could interact with utilities. This was House Bill 93. And that House bill basically said that a microgrid like this data center could sell energy back to the utility if they interconnected, if they had extra energy. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about why that became something that Project Jupiter thought was a good idea, or their investors did. So when you build a data center, the first thing that happens is that you have to get it connected to power, and you may not have customers that are buying your compute, the thing that powers your artificial intelligence or other things you might do with a data center. You might not have customers to buy that yet, but you do have power. So one way to make early data center development more economical is to be able to sell that extra power back to the utility. Before this bill passed in New Mexico, that would have made the data center or other self-source power a kind of public utility or an independent power producer. This bill made it so that they didn't have to be one of those. So it was good for their investors. I do want to point out, and I have a little bit more about it on a different slide, but that this House bill didn't authorize self-source power. That has always been possible in New Mexico. Anyone who wants to build their own power plant, me, any of you, can do so. They just need an air permit and a land use permit from the county. So that didn't change. What changed is what can happen to the power afterward. So I do want to also note that House Bill 93 did put one regulation. It's our only statewide regulation on data center use power at the moment, is that it said if the data center sells their extra power to their utility, only if, then they are subject to the zero emission power generation requirement in the state's Energy Transition Act in 2045, but only then. So that's a kind of regulation that we didn't have before. As Commissioner Kari Stone said at the beginning of this presentation, data centers are really driving load growth in New Mexico. PNM is doing their integrated resource plan, their plan for the next 20 years, and they have told everyone who's involved in helping with that plan that they have confirmed at least 600 megawatts of new data center load coming online in the next 5 years. And our other utilities have similar projections, if not much more. So our Energy Transition Act, which has that zero carbon requirement, does not regulate self-source power that builds its own gas or its own renewable generation behind the meter. So as I said, microgrids that sell power under House Bill 93 do become subject to that requirement, but not until 2045. And that power that gets sold to a utility, if that agreement is made, doesn't count towards the utility's requirements until 2035. So there's kind of a get out of jail free card there that is beneficial to data center development. The place where we regulate power use in New Mexico is the Public Regulation Commission. There really isn't another place where what kind of power we build and how much it's going to cost gets regulated. Utilities have to plan for load growth in a public way, and they have to plan for decarbonization to meet the requirements of the Energy Transition Act. All of that receives public input. After the utilities do these plans, these integrated resource plans, they propose resources, new generation or transmission or both, that they want to build, how much it will cost, what benefits it will give. And then the PRC approves or disapproves their request to build those resources after a public hearing where there can be interventions from advocates, community members, the New Mexico Department of Justice, business organizations, basically anybody. However, microgrids or self-sourced power, this behind-the-meter data center development, do not need to get any approvals from the PRC, just air permits and land use permits. And if there are questions for either me or for Deb, then we are happy to answer them either now or after the next presenter.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Kokari-Stone, keep managing.
Yeah, if we could have, thank you so much. It was excellent, and to the timing we had. And if Shelby Butts, Associate Program Director with National Association of Counties, is on, please offer a 3 to 5 minute response on the considerations for counties. Thank you, Shelby.
Yes, absolutely. I'm here. Hi, nice. Thank you so much, Chair Green, Commissioner. I appreciate being here. Thank you for having me. Hello to everybody in the room. I'm Dr. Shelby Butts. I'm the Associate Program Director for Environment and Land Use at the National Association of Counties. And as the Commissioner said, I'm just going to provide some quick data center considerations for counties because counties are really where data center development happens. It's the land use, zoning, permitting, infrastructure planning, and community impact decisions that are primarily made at the county level. As we were talking about earlier, we're really in an unprecedented energy growth phase. The total national energy demand, as we've been hearing, is supposed to increase by 20% by 2030, and that's due largely to the data center growth. This creates a real pressure on the grid structure, as we've been talking about, that you all as counties are managing on the ground in real time. These facilities, they're not just an economic trend, they're a national infrastructure priority. So where they're built, how they're powered, how their impacts are managed is a policy question playing out across counties across the country. When a hyperscale facility wants to break ground, it's the county that evaluates the project, sets the conditions, and approves or denies it. No matter the amount of county authority level, the counties are essential partners in translating that national demand into a reality and feasibility on the ground. As we've talked about, many existing county zoning frameworks and codes predate this surge in hyperscale development, and it takes time, expertise, and resources to update those codes in real time as these influxes are coming in. As the Commissioner Kokari-Stone just said, we have our data center primer. It's up on our website, but pointing to that resource, there's a readiness checklist and considerations in there. And I'm just going to highlight a few of those considerations that we as NACO generally say that counties have the strongest rationale for involvement in, and it's really tied to land use, local impacts, and the community-specific priorities. So it's those zoning consistency and conditional use permits, visual and aesthetic impacts such as setbacks, height limits, lot coverage, noise, visual, lighting, compatibility with local comprehensive plans, And then also those construction phase disruptions, such as traffic and wear and tear on county roads and bridges, emergency response and access and fire protection, construction hours in the sequencing and stage phases, as well as the preservation and protection of local agricultural land and historical areas. And as my colleagues before me talked about water, is those cooling technologies, the discharge standards, long-term monitoring, as well as floodplain management beyond those federal standards if it's applicable. So there's a bunch of different types of considerations that counties should be at the table discussing it and having their voice heard and what's important to their community. And plus all of these considerations, counties, you all are managing the community side of this growth as well, fielding questions from residents, utility costs, resource use, compatibility with long-term impacts in the communities. And some of those key considerations that we at NACO would love to pose as questions that you can take and talk to these developers or these proposed developments is, what is the economic opportunity? Does this fit well with my county? Will the data center bring capital investment, strong tax revenue, or an ongoing tax base? What are the infrastructure demands? A single hyperscale center requires the power of a equivalent to a small city. So they'll evaluate whether your local power grids are in place, your water systems, broadband networks, and the public services, if they're prepared to handle these projections of size. So we at NACO are recommending check the accessibility of your grid, the reliability, talk to the utilities. What are the rate impacts going to be? What's the water capacity before the approvals as you're getting into the permitting phase? Identify the exact power and water requirements because they'll vary based on facility, as we just heard. And then also asking, what is the data center developer bringing to the table, especially with all of the new bills and different pledges and agreements that we're hearing about coming down from various resources. What does that mean in plain language, and how does it benefit my community? These are some of the questions that NACO suggests that we start asking. And in that same vein, those development and benefit agreements we see as really key tools for counties to align the projects with local priorities of what you care about and what you want to see protected by securing those infrastructure upgrades, workforce development commitments, construction mitigation measures, environmental impacts. And from our perspective at NACO, local governments we see really want to be proactive about this, and these temporary pauses are often being used to allow for better planning, intentional community engagement, and strategic coordination with developers and utility providers, as somebody said earlier, getting our ducks in a row and really knowing what's important to our county and how is this new development going to benefit us. As I said, it's an issue that many counties are navigating in real time, in active terms, and there's a strong interest also in sharing these lessons learned and best practices across peers. Commissioner, you mentioned our peer exchanges of seeing the data centers before. We're still doing them, and we have many more coming up. But these pauses in development are really what allows those counties to capture the economic benefit, to ensure that the growth is sustainable, that your natural resources are protected, and that the approaches align with your community priorities. Because the goal is development that works for everybody, and that can't happen if the county's not in the conversation from the start. So I tried to stay under 3 to 5 minutes. I gave a high overview, but I'm very happy to answer any questions in follow-up today or down the road. NACO is always open for emails, calls, whatever you need to talk about, we're here.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Kokari-Stone, keep it
Thank you,
going.
Chair Green. We have Brian Bonanno from Bernalillo County. Do you have like a minute just to offer brief insights, lessons learned from BurnCo? Thank you, Brian.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Kokari-Stone and Commissioner Hughes. Yeah, I just want to say it's been a privilege just to be involved in this effort. You know, as somebody that has worked in sustainability and community development work for almost 20 years now, it really is a privilege to be involved in this because I think it's such a serious issue. As somebody that's working towards reducing the emissions of Bernalillo County, and just thinking about climate change on a whole, I think slowing down and being thoughtful about the way that we proceed with this type of development is essential. when we're talking about adding emissions equivalent to, entire cities or an entire state for a single facility, it kind of renders my work and my commitment to this work somewhat irrelevant. And I think for that reason, it warrants, a slowdown and potentially a moratorium. I'm very grateful for Commissioner Olivas in Bernalillo County for bringing the resolution with data center guardrails in Bernalillo County this past winter. I think that was a tremendous first step to start talking about the issue. And for those who are not familiar, that resolution essentially puts restrictions on the county providing incentives or bond funding to data center projects seeking to build in Bernalillo County. So if they are to receive those incentives, there were certain requirements that had to be met, which included local employment, certain wage levels, as well as water and renewable energy commitments. However, we all know that these companies are some of the largest and most profitable companies on the planet. They don't necessarily need those incentives to be able to build or develop. And so I do think at some point, I hope for Bernalillo County to kind of pursue a similar moratorium as this. So this is a really great precedent, I think, for New Mexico as a state. And just very happy to be involved and to have the opportunity to have a say, I guess, in the future for New Mexico, and also to set a precedent for other communities around the country, because the one thing that I think sometimes is lost in this this moment right now is that these types of data centers are being built and developed all across the country, all across the globe, at like an astonishing pace. And part of it is because those companies know that they need to get in under a wire before certain regulations and guardrails can be put in place. And so in a sense, it's a bit, as I said at a presentation last week about this same topic, it's a bit of a gold rush. And we know from history that when these types of rushes come, lots of the impacts and the externalities of this type of development is lost. And it has a tremendous impact on natural resources, environment, and especially our vulnerable communities. And so this is really a moment to step back and approach this in a thoughtful and responsible way. So I think that's all I can say at the moment. If there's any questions, I've been doing a tremendous amount of research into this topic over the last year. And as I said, just very proud and happy to be included in this opportunity to make an impact. So thank you, Commissioner Kakari-Stone.
Thank you, Brian. And again, thank you, Dr. Shelby Butts. I didn't acknowledge that you're a doctor, and I want to thank you for presenting. Deb Kapoloff, Dr. Anna Linden Weller, and Brian. I want to mention Alexandra Ladd reviewed this with our growth management, and I wanted to be sure to acknowledge her review and expertise and input on this. So thank you, and I leave it to the chair and commissioners for questions or any other discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner Kakari-Stone. Commissioner Hughes, you were on this bill. Do you want to?
Well, I think the presenters we had answered just about all the questions I had. Of course, this is only a moratorium, then we need to look at what the regulations and guardrails would be. And so I look forward to that, but I don't have any questions at this point.
Okay, Commissioner Bustamante?
I'm glad that this moratorium came forward. I think it's really important to move forward carefully. It brings to mind a quote that an attorney from the Nambe area, actually Chimayo, said once. He said, "We are so far behind, we're ahead." So I think that we want to stay a little behind so that we're ahead in what types of issues these things may cause. Thank you. And just to say his name was Ted Trujillo, and he was a wonderful guy.
Right on. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for bringing forward this ordinance. Obviously, we'll vote on it again in 2 weeks. I'm in full support of it. I think it's important. I want to thank everyone who shared their expertise and knowledge. I learned a lot about data center technology and about its impact on the counties, but I don't have any specific questions about it. I think that we should do it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. One of my questions is going to be for the Bernalillo County gentleman, Mr. Bonanno. What were the guardrails? And could we start to share some of those best practices and I guess to the NACO team to understand what best practices, because we are so behind and other counties have gotten ahead of us on this, and I'm wondering if that's something that we can work with even right now to understand what areas we need to be looking at for our future ordinance. So anyway, take it away. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Bonanno.
Yeah, I can go into those just kind of briefly. So yeah, it withholds economic development incentives like industrial revenue bonds unless the developers agree to a few things. So there's a labor agreement that has some points on hiring local contractors and helping to build up the local construction kind of workforce. So there's an apprenticeship program that the county would like to see kind of established if that type of development were to come in, so that we're actually training up some of the folks here locally to actually participate in some of these projects, because a lot of the developers end up actually pulling in crews from out of state on some of these projects. So kind of prioritizing the in-state workforce. I believe there's also a requirement for exceeding, I think it's 120% of the area median income. And then all electricity, so if it's connected through or a microgrid or connected to the public utility, so PNM, that they would commit to the Energy Transition Act and fully offset their emissions or their electricity with renewable energy in line with what the state has already put forward. And then there are some water conservation measures that are in place, but I think we're still at the county trying to figure out exactly how to manage that and actually ensure that there's transparency in what the data center developer or the operator is sharing, because I think as Deb kind of pointed out, it's not always clear what the actual water usage of some of these facilities is. So making sure that we're accounting for that. But really, yeah, I think we too at the county also, I think, actually this resolution would be a step beyond even kind of our effort, as it actually places a moratorium. We do not have a moratorium in place yet, but I think it would be nice to see that come up in Bernalillo County, and I'm going to be kind of pushing for that myself in the next couple of weeks. And I think this helps kind of make the case for that, so that we can start, working with our planning and development team to start, figuring out what the real best practices are, so that if we have data centers coming in, we know where to put them, what other specific guardrails we really need to put in place to ensure that we're being responsible and looking out for our constituents in Bernalillo County.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if that helped answer some of those things.
No, it started to discuss some of those guardrails, and thank you. Ms. Boots. Dr. Boots.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate it. And we have a plethora of resources over at NACO. We have, we call it the Energizing Counties Exchange, where we have model ordinances for data centers, model water use agreements. If you could just send me an email, or I can follow up after this, and I can get you set up with that and our data center lead on our team, as well as the legislative policy experts on this other side of the house of NACO, and we can help figure out what it is that we need to adapt or get you the information for as well. And then we also have, as Commissioner Kakari Stone said, we have a couple of peer exchanges coming up that are data center focused, so we can chat about those as well, and really giving you all the information that you need to make this ordinance what you guys need it to help the community.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, because we need best practices and learned lessons from all over the place so that we don't make mistakes and get the best solution for Santa Fe County. I
can say,
yeah, one more question, sort of in an emergent aspect. We talk about water, we talk about energy usage, but I was at a NACO event back in February, March, and somebody brought up solid waste, and that water usage has been cut significantly, but in the process of cutting water use down, there is this new byproduct, which is like a toxic sludge of sorts, and it sort of needs to be addressed because it goes into potentially, a trash can and into our dump without being properly handled.
That is a topic that we have just started researching and trying to understand better, so I don't have any direct answers for you right now, but I'm not sure if you're familiar with the annual conference that NACO puts on. It is one of energy and water waste, municipal and water waste uses, and impacts is one of the topics that we're covering. So we're going to have some more resources come out after around July. So it's something that's on our radar. It's something that I don't have an answer for right now, but we can definitely continue that conversation and figure out pieces where you all fit in and things that we've missed that we need to start addressing.
Yep, all of these impacts. Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely.
The one thing I was going to say, and actually this is to Commissioner Bustamante's point of, we're so far behind that we're actually ahead. This development is happening at such a rapid pace that there is a lot that we still don't quite know about how these facilities will impact our communities. And there's so much happening so rapidly that there isn't necessarily always time to think about all of the different components. Some of the closed loop systems, there's questions about when those closed loop systems need to be flushed and cleaned, what types of solutions they might be using to clean those systems, because that eventually will need to go back into our water system in some form, and how that's being processed is a consideration. But also the equipment and the things that actually run the data center, the servers and those types of things, they have a lifespan, and in some cases it's 5 to 10 years. And how those materials are being recycled or disposed of is another consideration that we really haven't had the space to look deeply into at this point, especially at the scale and size of these facilities that are in some cases take up the footprint of a small city. And that's again why I just stress that this is an important opportunity to slow down and be intentional about where and when we allow this type of development to occur. So, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions about this? We have some weeks to discuss this, so it's not final now. Hearing none.
Thank you, Chair Green.
Oh.
And Dr. Linden, it sounds like you have a closing comment.
If you don't mind, Commissioners, I just wanted to sort of name what I have heard from you all as sort of the possible next steps, and sort of echo what Mr. Bonanno has been saying, that counties really have 3 kinds of regulations that they can do, 3 roles to play in data center development. One of them is to hit the pause button, which is what this moratorium that Commissioner Kakari Stone is proposing would do. Another one is the economic regulations that are similar to what Bernalillo County did. What is the best use of county resources? What does a data center have to bring to make a data center the best use of county resources? And then there's the guardrails, which is another thing, which is what does any data center, whether it receives public money and public benefit or not, need to do to be a welcome business in the county. So I think all three of those are things that a county can consider and can consider in separate buckets that are built one off the other. And a moratorium does produce the room to do those other two. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Linden. And again, thank you to our subject matter experts. I just want to be sure, on behalf of Commissioner Hughes and I, to be inclusive, to make sure you as commissioners don't want any other amendments or added language to this before it goes for public notice. Anything?
So, well, commissioners, go ahead. I think it's incorporated in there, something about solid waste and chemicals, but to make sure all of those aspects of financial incentives, energy impacts, and any other solid waste, especially because that's an emergent issue, is handled appropriately in our next study of how we're going to allow this. Moratorium is giving us time to study it.
Yeah, I think we're perfectly able to consider all that when we're considering the guardrails we want to put up.
Thank you.
What's the will of the board?
Well, I'll make a motion that we pass the request to authorization to publish title and general summary of an ordinance imposing a 12-month moratorium on development or approval or issuance of development permits for large-scale data center facilities.
I second it.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hughes and a second from Commissioner Kokari-Stone. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we've got an advertisement. Question, when would we expect to see this come forward? Is it the next meeting or 2 meetings?
Chair Green, it will be 2 meetings from now because we're right up on 14 days from the next meeting. And so in order to get the statutory required 14 days, we need to have the hearing at the end of June.
Fantastic. Thank you for clarifying, and we will see this again at the end of June. All righty. So we are going to skip back around, and we are going to do the presentation for the ROC right now to understand what they're planning and how we fit into this puzzle.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Green and Commissioners. My name is Marisol Atkins. I'm with Luz del Sol Consulting, and I have the great pleasure and honor to be working with Interfaith Community Services Group, who is taking action to address the growing issue of homelessness in our community. First, I want to thank you all for your support in January to voting in favor of serving as our fiscal sponsor as we requested state capital outlay funds last session. Regrettably, we did not receive any, but we did start really getting the issue out into the public, out amongst the Santa Fe delegation and others, and so we're really grateful for that support. Secondly, I just want to inform that in April 9th, we held a large community engagement event with well over 200 attendees at the Genoveva Chavez Community Center. We completed our commitment to attendees and others to provide a report out that discussed the feedback we received from the community, and so I believe you all received that a couple of weeks ago, and if you haven't and would like me to resend, I'm happy to do that. At this time, I'm going to just turn it over to Board Treasurer David Weir. Regrettably, the Board Chair, Kent Grubbs, is out of town, and so Mr. Weir will be sharing some slides with you and speaking a little bit about where we are with this project. And secondly, you should have handouts at your chairs that we wanted to share with you. One last thing. I really want to thank all the amazing Santa Fe County staff who've been helping us. County Manager Shaffer, Leandro Cordova, Ann Ryan, Jennifer Romero, and of course Denise Benavides, who have all really provided support and information that's helping move this project along in our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Green and Commissioners, for having us here today. I know it's been a very long day for all of you, so I will be mercifully brief. A little bit of context for the Rock to start out. The Rock is a facility that is going to sit in the middle of the homeless response system for Santa Fe. No one organization can do it all when it comes to addressing homelessness, and the Rock will not function in isolation. The Rock will operate as a part of Santa Fe's continuum of care. We expect to be the critical entry point for this continuum of care, where people are engaged directly off the streets and can be diverted towards the life-stabilizing services and housing options further along the continuum provided by our system partners. We think of the Rock as being the front door to Santa Fe's homeless response efforts. So this is a rare opportunity to be able to plan and design from a blank sheet of paper. Our plan for the Rock has been in development for over 2 years and has been informed by our 15 years of operating a low barrier shelter at Pete's Place, a citywide needs assessment that we commissioned during the winter of 2024 and 25, the input of our system partners, the city's own emergency homeless action plan, and best practices borrowed from similar facilities in other communities, such as the Gateway Center in Albuquerque and Haven for Hope in San Antonio, Texas. We began this process with a clean sheet of paper, no sacred cows, and reimagined every aspect of the Rock to both serve our homeless population while improving safety, public health outcomes, and security for our entire community. So there are 3 major gaps in the homeless support system in Santa Fe that the Rock attempts to address. The first is emergency shelter capacity. It may surprise many of you that there's not a single facility in Santa Fe right now that provides emergency shelter on a walk-up, on-demand basis. The Rock will provide up to 125 new shelter beds. And a day center. Today, there is no large permanent space where people can go during the daytime to access basic survival services. The Rock will provide a safe, structured environment where people can get out of the weather and off the streets. And finally, the Rock will act as a centralized services hub, a one-stop shop where we and our partner service providers can engage people with life-stabilizing services, such as medical care, behavioral health care, SUD treatment, and housing navigation, just as examples. So the Rock is not just another shelter. It's a services center fully integrated into Santa Fe's response system and designed not just to provide shelter for a night, but life-changing services all under one roof. So the Rock enjoys broad and deep community support. We've executed MOUs with 5 local service providers such as La Familia, LifeLink, and Santa Fe Recovery that have committed to a regular physical presence on our campus once it's built. And another 17 organizations have written letters of support, endorsing what we're trying to accomplish at the Rock, including business associations like the Chamber of Commerce and the Lodgers Association. We take community and neighborhood security very seriously. We have developed 4 layers of protection in our plan. First of all, the design of the facility. Because we began with a blank sheet of paper, we're able to include safety and security features like controlled access, monitored cameras, street lighting, and a spacious layout designed for safety, dignity, and building community. Secondly, the day center will get people off the streets, out of the parks and the arroyos by giving them a place to go, a place to be during the day, every day, inside the perimeter of our facility. Staff training. Personnel trained in de-escalation and conflict resolution and street outreach teams that can respond to neighborhood residents and businesses in real time. And finally, our operating plan, which is designed to prohibit disruption in the neighborhood. We're building collaboration with first responders, including Santa Fe Police Department, and we need to ensure community input through the establishment of a health and safety task force and a local business advisory group that is in the process of being formed. A quick word about the location, which is at 1 Emblem Road. There'll never be a perfect place for a homeless services center, but this site met most of the criteria that we had set out and identified when we began this process. It's accessible to our guests by foot and public transportation. It does not have frontage on a major thoroughfare. It is not adjacent to densely populated neighborhoods or schools or parks. It's already zoned for its intended use, and it's large enough for us to build the scale of the facility that we envision. Finally, I'd like to just point out that this is close to being a shovel-ready project. Detailed architecture and engineering work is underway. We're on target for submitting a building permit application to the city by early to mid-summer. All of the pre-construction expenses, including the site acquisition, which will cost $1.3 million, all the pre-development work of the $16 million projected cost are being funded by ICS. We have real skin in the game here and are looking to partner with government entities, private foundations, and individuals to make the rock a reality. We recently hired a fundraising specialist to develop a capital campaign we expect to launch at the end of the third quarter to supplement funds, any funds that we may receive from government sources. So with that, I want to open it up to any questions that you might have at this point.
I'm going to get to you in 1 second, but was that intentional that you put a Bernese Mountain Dog in your image here? Because I'm a sucker for Bernese Mountain Dogs. No, just kidding. But anyway, Commissioner Bustamante, please.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. The thing that just catches my eye, and I'm wondering if there was any outreach to them, when I see the words Resource and Opportunity Center, and then I look at our community partners, I don't see a presence of Santa Fe Community College, and trust that having spent 9 years there, I don't think that's on you. I'm wondering if there had been any outreach to them, because my long issue has been the lack of integration in serving the most need, those most in need in our community. Has there been any outreach to them or any conversations in how the community college might be one of the partners creating opportunity?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Bustamante. We just had a meeting a couple weeks ago where this very issue came up, and so the community college and local tribes are also on our to outreach list, if you will. We started with the key partners in the field and the business organizations, but absolutely Santa Fe Community College is somebody on our list to contact. Mm-hmm. And I just wanted to clarify quickly, we're here today because we would like to request funds through the State Department of Workforce Solutions. They currently have an RFI out for state funding, and they are requiring that local entities of government apply. We cannot apply directly, so we are asking to requesting that Santa Fe County apply on our behalf, in case that wasn't clear.
Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I just wondered if you have approached the city or if you have good relations with the city, and particularly, are you involved in planning the homelessness summit they're planning for June 29th? Because it seems to me you'd be a big part of their plan, or you should be a big part of their plan. Anything you can say about that?
Chair Green and Commissioner Hughes, we are in communication with the mayor, and we've been in contact with various city councilors, and our interim executive director is on that homelessness summit planning committee. We have met multiple times with Mayor Garcia and have You know, we are very open about our plans. One of the things that he was interested in is doing more community engagement. And so that April 9th event, you know, gave us a ton of information that we've now shared back to the mayor and other members of the city. So we are in communication with them, but I'll be very candid due to the transitions that have been occurring at the city in the last 6 months or so, as well as Santa Fe County's reputation, positive reputation with the state of Santa Fe. We really wanted to come before all of you and request that you submit on our behalf.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fine request of us, but I think we also need to hear that the city supports it, because if they support a different plan for emergency shelter, I know they're going to close Pete's Place, right, and sell it, and so they're going to choose something else. So we don't want to have them competing with you. We want them cooperating with you.
Absolutely. Chair Green and Commissioner Hughes, we agree wholeheartedly. Our last meeting, which was not too long ago, we asked directly, you know, at what point will the city support? And we didn't get a firm answer. We have been told that there's a neutral position at this place, so they're not supporting, but they're not opposing either. And we're hoping that following the summit on June 29th, we will solicit again support.
Yeah, hopefully on June 29th, they'll have a concrete plan that includes you and your plan.
We hope the same.
Thanks.
I fear that the homelessness summit on the 29th is a discovery process, that there will not be a plan that's going to be announced. But it is our goal to get an endorsement from the city as soon as possible, because as I mentioned, by the end of the summer, say early September, we should have a building permit and be ready to go to work if we can get the foundational funding that we're looking for.
Yeah, well, I'm involved with that summit planning as well, and so I'll just keep an eye on things and see how they're going.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hughes. We have asked to present at that summit. We have not heard anything back yet.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
I thank you both for your presentation. I think this is a great opportunity for an opportunity center. So, I was going to ask something similar to Commissioner Hughes, though I'm glad he asked it first. I do think that we need to sort of clarify the position of the city and its role. And so if there are things that the commission can do, this is a presentation, we're not going to vote on anything, but to help you in that, I think that we're all interested in this project and think that it has a lot of good potential. Do you own the property currently?
We do.
Okay. And so I would imagine you purchased it in anticipation of making, having control over the site in order to make plans to present to the public that have, this is a matter of public concern and has, people have various perspectives on it. What we all know, though, is that we have a homelessness issue and people struggling with substance abuse and sort of just folks that are down on their luck and need this place to be. So, conceptually, I'm very much in favor of this sort of thing. And I don't mean to put a holding pattern on it, but I sort of personally feel like I think the alignment with the city is the next piece before the commission makes a strong, makes a strong statement about it. But personally, I am in favor of it. Thank you.
Commissioner Kakari-Stone.
Thank you, Chair Green. Thank you for the presentation. And I know you've put countless hours into planning this, and I really commend you on that. We need so many services and safe havens for people without shelter who are homeless, particularly those with mental health and severe trauma and history. So I just want to say I support this effort. I also align with my other fellow commissioners, but I also want to say I've been in touch with Leah at the city with community services and with Mayor Garcia, and am very concerned and want to be sure we prioritize at the summit those with lived experience. I had approached Quorum last September to say, let's do digital stories and interview folks. What do they want? And as a result, you've been participating in the two-part convening we had with the city, the county, the detention facility, the state. City Councilor Castro came, Representative Lujan came. I was trying to bring people together to start talking across silos, right? And I'm willing to push at the summit the next steps of having a meeting and reaching out to some counselors and Mayor Garcia that we sit together. I know we have to avoid a rolling quorum, but I think it's important we sit together and discuss your proposal and that you're not shuffled back and forth. And there are parts of jurisdiction, Commissioner Hughes and I have talked about this. We met with Councilor Cassett, we met with some other counselors. It's really important to map out the continuum of care holistically that we have, talk across silos, and start making a plan from emergency to long-term supportive housing. And when we had those initial conversations last summer, the agreement was, well, the city's really been playing a major role in emergency housing and services for people who are homeless, and the county has a good fit with long-term supportive housing, and then there's everything in between. And I think we could leverage those two positionalities because we can't all do everything, and we do have to forge a focus by city, county, and I think our county, we've really pretty much committed to be transparent to long-term supportive housing, and that's on the table. And I want to avoid the competition of resources because we need it all. And the only way to address that would be to address it at the summit, but to address it as a follow-up meeting. So that's my commitment. And I can't really say that the county should be the do-all, be-all end of the thing to sponsor everything because the city's trying to regroup from 8 years of a different administration. Let's give them some time and let's try to forge a collaborative agreement. This is what we're going to take together. Thanks.
Thank you, commissioners. You know, I do support this in a lot of different ways. We've talked about this, and I was one of the folks encouraging you to try to get ahead of this past legislative session. You know, my concerns continue with a little bit of, you know, so, okay, let me take a step back. I support this, and this model is what we need, right? So you guys are way being proactive and getting ahead of this, and I really support that aspect. To my fellow commissioners' point, it's tough to feel like we're, you know, taking this on within the city when you know, this is going to take capacity from Santa Fe County's other projects. So we have to recognize that internally. We also have to, you know, ask, you know, when will the city be ready to take this off? Is this a month or 6 months, or is it a year? And if it was a month, then maybe the city should be ready to do this, and let's get that. But really, most importantly, let's get the city and the county in a partnership buy-in with you at the center of this, right? Helping us bring this together. And so I love this concept. I would like to hear more about some of the mitigation issues that might come down the line with neighbors and understanding their input, and have a presentation to that effect. You know, I think Albuquerque, I've taken 2 tours of the Gateway Center, and I think they have created, for lack of a better word, an overlay district where they have a rapid response team that really deals with the street outreach and makes sure that the spillover effects from a center like this don't impact neighbors nearby. But that's not going to be the city, that's not going to be the county doing that, it's in the city. And so we need some guarantees that the city is going to be able to provide those external impact mitigation programs. Maybe that's in partnership with you, but it's probably not going to be the county, the sheriff's office, or any program that we have. So I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, propose something that doesn't have the backing of the city to make sure that the community doesn't have those guarantees and mitigation things. So, you know, I appreciate all the work you guys are doing. This is really a lot of what we need, right? We need day services, we need overnight shelters, and we need just a nice place for homeless folks to have a home, right? This is basically essentially giving them a home. It's not putting them on the street, you know, to become vagrants during the day, but it's providing every little part of your day, which is, if we're fortunate enough to have a home, is what we want to have everybody to have. I do want to just ask you to work with the city on this homelessness summit. Maybe we have a seat at the table. Obviously, as Commissioner Hughes mentioned, he's being included into this. Maybe other commissioners are going to be a part of this. I may attend as well. Get buy-in from all levels of the city: councilors, community services, the mayor. The police department is right across the street. There's so many aspects of this that letters of support fill your profile of this. You guys are going to build it. You're going to operate it with these partners. The county is just one small part of this, and we don't want to be responsible for bad outcomes because the other gaps were not filled. We can fill one goal. That's great. We've got a great project management team, community services, community development. We can handle that really well. If the city can't, then we need the city to fill in for those other aspects. Would make me feel much more comfortable. I don't know. It sounds like the other commissioners too.
Thanks, Chair Green. I just want to reflect. I heard you say you got no answer from the city. It's no, that's an answer. It sounds like they're being non-committal. So for sake of personal relationships and to honor the authentic, great work you have in the model, I just want to say I hear that. And I don't want you to walk away feeling shuffled back to the city. You have tried. So again, the commitment here is to have a follow-up meeting within avoiding a rolling quorum with the city and to call it. But I'm concerned, when is this due to the state for consideration of funding? You might not have time.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Kokari-Stone, that's exactly why we're here. So the state did not allocate, the governor didn't allocate the entire amount of capital funding for this year, and instead moved $26.4 million to the State Department of Workforce Solutions. So they are now taking requests for those funds on a rolling basis, and so they are reviewing any requests that come in by the 15th of each month. We absolutely recognize and honor the importance of working closely with the city, and we also know that action is needed. This issue is only growing in our community, and so our desire to be here today as soon as we could, we have submitted our application per the RFI requirements to the executive staff at Santa Fe County, and our desire is to get that application in prior to the June 15th review. Again, we are doing this because our community deserves to have a trauma-informed homeless shelter that is serving our people. Not just the folks who are unhoused, but that the neighbors, the business community, children with young families who are all very concerned about this growing issue in our community. And regrettably, little to no action has been taken over the past 5 years in terms of really addressing this issue. So that's why we feel this urgency to be here today. And what our request is simply that the Santa Fe County submit the application to the Department of Workforce Solutions that we've already completed, so that we can see if, once we start getting some allocations, then we can grow the capital campaign. We anticipate this being 2 years out or so. But we can't wait in our community. Our people are suffering, our children are suffering, our families are suffering, and we just feel an urgency to get in applications every place and point we can. We have already submitted an application for federal funding to Ben Ray Lujan's office and received word last week that that's been submitted for review in the federal government process. And so we're just trying to get anywhere and everywhere we can to solicit funds to help make this resource center a reality for our community.
So we're supposed to have a city-county meeting within about 35 days, right? And there's a homelessness summit in 33 days. It sounds like this is a great topic for that city-county partnership. Of course, you are integral to this. And I just wonder if we go with the idea that we're going to have that on our agenda, discuss it, try to see if we can come to a consensus. You can be a part of that presentation on our agenda for that city-county meeting in June. We both have resolutions to say it's got to be in June. So, and we get that on the agenda as something that we want to come out of that meeting with, so that we say, we're behind it. This is where the city fits into this. This is where the county fits into this. And you've got a project, and we've got, a handshake agreement 3 different ways across into this, and multiple ways. All of your partners come in and do that. I'm just trying to not overstep the city and put undue pressure into that, right? And then feel like if only we waited to do it in a really collaborative way, instead of feeling like we forced their hand and that they don't have buy-in. It's a little bit more work for you, but I think if we come into the city-county meeting in 30 days, maybe we have a great opportunity to really say, here's a presentation, here we come out with this is the role of the city, this is the role of the county, and this is the role of Interfaith Shelter, and we're going to get this done pretty quick. Then it'll really be shovel-ready, but further questions from the commissioners? Denise, did you have anything?
Chair Green, commissioners, thank you for all of your comments. I think you bring up a good point that we don't want to overstep with the city, right? That's a conversation Marisol and I had just a little bit earlier today. At this time, we can wait until that happens. We had thought to bring forward something at the next BCC meeting, either for approval or disapproval, the pleasure of the board, and then upon submission of the application, we would move forward from there. If they were awarded funding, then the community development department would take the lead, but there would be an intergovernmental agreement that would come back to the board if there was an award to Interfaith, and there would be discussion at that time as to what the scope of work would be in that agreement between the county and the state. So we won't move forward, of course, with any documentation without board's approval at this time. As you know, we also have an application in already for gap funding for Nueva Sequia, and I think your points are valid with this project being in the city, and I think Marisol and the team from Interfaith acknowledge that. So we thank you.
Just to make a point, I think it would be so much stronger, right? We can be that clean shirt that gives you the great partner to do the project management and to help you with that intergovernmental agreement between the state and the jurisdiction, Santa Fe County in this case. But if there's also an agreement with the city, that makes your position so much stronger. And I would recommend that we work on a goal of having that agreement in place and as part of that. And so whatever we can do to support this in front of the city council and to say these are the roles that we think we're going to be, you heard us all supporting it, but we just want some buy-in from the city. So I think if we all go to the city, one of us here, or it waits till our city-county meeting, could have an agreement in that meeting that says, now let's go to the state and you should get your money. And then we'll all go advocate on your behalf, both city, county, interfaith, all your partners. I just don't want to overstep the city in this space. Great. Thank you guys, but great work, right?
Thank you, Chair Green. So when would that happen, and where would you like us?
Okay, so Commissioner Kakari Stone knows more about this, but supposedly in the next 30 days or so.
Yeah, I just reached out to the city on email to just see if, just summarizing that you guys presented to the BCC and we don't want to overstep, and could we arrange some sort of gathering to discuss your request? I think that's a really good step, and then the summit can flesh out some other areas. And I'm not overstepping with the BCC. I was just trying to make an active request because I heard you say there's no response. So let's just see what we could do. Thank you.
Chair Green and Commissioner Kakari Stone, the response has been neutrality. So but that could still be viewed as no response. And then secondly, I'd just like to ask, what would you like or need from us pending that meeting?
I don't know if we can have a meeting. All I can do is request out of courtesy to meet, and that's it. We'll see what we can get back.
Wonderful.
And
Thank
if
you.
not, we still have the summit as, you know, to try to flesh out a venue for you all, again, about the continuum of care and all of us having a role to build that continuum of care and not one jurisdiction taking everything on, because then we set ourselves up for failure. So let's keep moving along, and maybe it might have to be a pause and wait until July 15th rolling application, right? We might not meet that deadline in 2 weeks, and I'm sorry about that, but it is what it is, and let's try to work together. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
And I would recommend, work with the mayor, work with 4 city councilors, 5 city councilors, right? Go work the room over there and go get their sign on at some level to make us feel like we're working in partnership in this with you, with the city, with the state, Santa Fe County, all together. Great solution. We urgently need this, but your building permit isn't in hand yet, so we do have a little bit of time to work on this, and maybe we can get this in, soon.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, likewise, and your hard work. This is beautiful. All right, now to our previously scheduled agenda. I'm kind of lost here. We are on to consideration, proclamations, resolutions.
Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
We have one other presentation. It's going to be pretty much the same because this development is in the city, but I would like to give Santa Fe Community Housing Trust's agent an opportunity to discuss their development, if that's okay.
Commissioners, are you okay with that? It's your proclamations, resolutions, and so on. It'll get skipped for a second.
We do have representation from the trust, and we have Nathan Manzanares, the agent here. And their presentation is fairly short, but this way you have an idea of their development. It is a phased development. It's a large development, but it is also in the city.
9C. Okay, go for it. Thank you. I don't think you have to testify.
Okay.
You're not used to that,
All right.
but
Sorry.
welcome. You just get to present. Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you for your time. Denise, thank you. I'm here on behalf of the Santa Fe Community Housing Trust. The CEO, Romano Beta, wanted to attend tonight, but unfortunately has a school board hearing. They're approving their budget tonight, so he was double booked. I also have Dina Trujillo here from the Santa Fe Housing Trust. She's the development director there. We're here before you. We recently were awarded 228 acres in the Las Estrellas development area. That's off of 599 near the Thornburg and Tano Road area. It's a large project, master plan project. It's going to have a minimum of 78 affordable housing units, 303 market rate / workforce housing units, 88 senior housing units, and 2 commercial tracts. And the request before you tonight is not necessarily a funding request, but we're asking that the commissioners and the county act as a fiscal agent for future funding opportunities, similar to what was just heard before. And this is going to ultimately be an affordable housing initiative that's going to be in an area of the city, but it's also in an area that is in the northeast quadrant where affordable housing opportunities are extremely limited. So it's actually a unique opportunity to have affordable housing in an area that's close to downtown. It's close to major employment centers. It's close to Los Alamos commute areas. So it's actually has some benefit to the county. We've also done a lot of community outreach to the surrounding neighbors and neighborhoods who are actually a part of the county, and they requested that we have communication and collaboration with the county as we move forward developing the Las Estrellas area. So as I said, the county has a strong track record of being a good partner and an ally when it comes to affordable housing initiatives. We feel like this is a good opportunity for us to team up. And with that, I stand for any questions. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, commissioners? Oh, lost Commissioner Hughes. A couple, yes? No? A couple questions. Are these rent or own?
So this is going to be mostly, there will be a senior housing facility / assisted living facility that will have some rental components. But for the most part, it's going to be for sale.
Okay. So how many senior units are there? And
we're anticipating 88. We did some test fits where we could get 88 units in there.
And those would be rentals and assisted living, or some
There could be a
level-
combination of both, Mr. Chair.
some medical care, or something on site. So,
Yes.
Yep. Okay. And you've heard me say this before, any accessory dwelling units, so that even the ones that are for sale can be potentially have a one-bedroom for young workforce people to rent, or seniors, or teachers, or whatever.
Mr. Chair, since it's in the zoning jurisdiction of the city of Santa Fe, there are different zonings within it. Some are R3, some are R5, R7. The city actually just adopted some new zoning regulations that are actually favorable to that model, and we can explore that. It's all going to be based off of terrain and infrastructure. It's an area that does have some terrain challenges and infrastructure challenges as far as drainage, slopes, but I think it's a great area and a great opportunity to provide housing in an area of Santa Fe that's limited.
I think the city allows for up to 2 ADUs, so you could make me happy with just one, but maybe you do a few that have 2, because those are the smaller units that, as you saw our affordable housing presentation a little earlier today, we need 1,000 one-bedroom units.
Yeah.
That's the part of the segment of our affordable housing spectrum that we really need to focus on. And so if you can make all of these folks that are in affordable housing entrepreneurs as landlords, you're solving 2 different things at the same time. So I encourage you to look at the plan. You don't need freestanding ADUs. They're just 300, 500 square feet added onto these, second story, downstairs, whatever. It's a design challenge, but that's what architects are for.
Yeah, we'll definitely take that into consideration, Mr. Chair, and I think it also provides a great opportunity for multi-generational family and housing opportunities as well.
So much so. That's right. That's right. Commissioners, anything else in this? Yes, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair Green. Thank you for being here. I guess I was looking, is there a presentation per se, or was it?
I kind of
like a
went through it. I
formal-
didn't want to
Oh, there
take
it
up
is.
too much of your
Okay.
time. I don't know if you could see it on your screen.
Yeah, okay,
But
gotcha.
yeah, the Housing Trust has been around
Right.
for, I think they were established back in 1990, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
1992.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate
1992. Over the years, they've built over 750 homes in Santa Fe. They've developed over 200 affordable units in that process. Over that 30 years, they've administrated and used public funding opportunities to do that, so they're well versed in that. As we said, this is located in the Las Estrellas area. off of 599.
Mhm.
And you can see here in the color coordinated map, the current zoning districts within the city of Santa Fe. There's a mixture of R1, R2, R5. So there are opportunities for pretty dense development, consistent with the terrain and other things. Like I said, we did do some test fits prior to acquiring the property. These are some examples of some of the more dense products. The top left corner is the senior housing. And then you have some other areas like the R1 area there where you have 1 acre lots. You have the R3 in the middle, which is our most dense area, and R2 as well. So these are just some anticipated development patterns that could happen over time. There's 228 acres and it's going to be a phased development, so this will take some time for sure, but we were trying to jump into the funding cycle that's currently happening with the state in regards to workforce housing allocation, affordable housing allocation opportunities. So that's why we're here tonight. Like I said, it's going to be an infrastructure based development. The areas highlighted are the future roadways, water lines, utility lines that need to be installed in order to make this community possible.
So thank you for that. And I guess my question, we just had this, I think, pretty open, transparent conversation with the last presenters. And have you gone to the city to be your sponsor? And since this is within, according to the memo, within the city of Santa Fe, I echo the same discussion we just had, and it wouldn't be fair and parity say, sure, sign us up, but we just told the other folks no. So I think it would be good, and if it's possible, I don't know, Ms. Benavides, should you with the county manager have a discussion with the city about both of these proposals rather than any one of us individual BCC members, and really just have a open, candid discussion with the people present? It's like, these two are coming forward. We don't want to overstep. We want to support emergency services and housing for the homeless, as well as affordable housing. I just don't want to keep being the place where all the fiscal agents and letter support goes while the city's regrouping, because I truly don't believe they don't want to help. I just believe they're regrouping. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Chair Green, Commissioner Kakari, absolutely. We can move forward with a meeting to have the discussion with the city. In discussions with the state, I had several questions for them. It's a little bit more than being a fiscal agent. They would determine the scope of work. So there would be additional work for the department if they were awarded some funding. So we just want to keep that in mind as well. So definitely we can move forward and see if we can have a discussion with the city.
Thank you. It is a very similar situation that we do want to help. We don't want to overstep the city. Letters of support from, counselors, from the mayor, from their, every department that does all of the different aspects. Their senior services, if you're doing senior housing, this is something that they support. Maybe our senior services, all of, let's make this a handshake deal that we're working on. And this, again, can be something that goes to our city-county meeting in the next month or so. Yep. County Manager? Did you? Yes.
We can follow up as directed relative to both, but in particular with regard to this infrastructure project, because again, this is city infrastructure at the end of the day. The county doesn't have any long-term interest in the infrastructure. This is all city infrastructure.
So what you're asking for is support for money for the infrastructure, not necessarily for the structure. Okay. Okay, that clarifies a little bit there too.
Mr. Chair, commissioners, without the infrastructure, there'd be no development, hence no housing. So it's goes hand in hand. So we're increasing the public infrastructure supply while also increasing the housing supply at the same time.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good luck with
Thank
this.
you, commissioners.
Okay, commissioners, are we back to our regularly scheduled situation here? Programming, that's right. And now, okay, 6B, thank you very much. All right, 6B, request for approval of letter from the NMED supporting proposed modifications to the WIPP hazardous waste facility permit. Commissioners Hughes and Johnson, take it away, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Green. Yes, this is simply a letter in support of the Environment Department wants to change their permit for WIPP to require them to clean up the site at Lannel. And that was, of course, our original agreement among the state, all over the state, that we approve, could approve of WIPP if they would take waste from Lannel. Well, since that time, they have diverged, diverted from that to take waste from everywhere, and they're actually taking less than half of what they're supposed to from Lannel. So the Environment Department is going to put that in their permit, and we want to support that. Anything you want to add, Justin Green? Sorry, Mr. Johnson.
No, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. I think you said it rightly. We just want to sort of support the level setting of the flow of waste from Lannel to WIPP. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Johnson. Commissioners to my left, Bustamante and Kakari Stone. All good right there. I do want to say, yes, Commissioner.
I just wanted, Chair and Commissioners, I appreciate you taking the initiative and leading this letter. I think it's very well framed, and I support it.
Great. I do too want to support this letter. We do need to encourage Lannel and their environmental management group to clean up as promised. This can't go on forever, and expediting this and fulfilling your promises is part of the deal. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Okay, well, in that case, I will move to approve the letter to the New Mexico Environment Department supporting a proposed modifications to the waste isolation pilot plant hazardous waste facility permit.
And I will second.
We've got a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, let's send that letter. Item C, a resolution expressing support for urban agriculture and directing interdepartmental coordination to identify opportunities to facilitate and promote urban agriculture throughout Santa Fe County. Commissioners Bustamante and Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante, for working with me on this one. We certainly won't read the whole resolution, but a sort of snapshot of it is that there have been moments in the past where people doing controlled environment agriculture are seeking to do so. In fact, the community college has a program that is directly, sort of graduate students with expertise in this area. Individuals have had trouble establishing this controlled environment agricultural outfits. Those might just be greenhouses and community farms, but it also includes aquaponics, landscaping, beekeeping, edible landscaping, beekeeping, livestock, et cetera, within 5 miles of sort of population centers. So this resolution asks the county management to organize an interdepartmental working group. I will say that in sort of concocting this, Alexandra Ladd and Joseph Scala and Nate Crail were very instrumental in providing feedback for what sort of makes the most sense, makes the best use of staff resources, and sort of aims directly at a target, which is fixing items in the SLDC and the SGMP that inhibit or hinder urban agricultural production. We heard from the assessor today, and an oversight on my part that I'll own is that I didn't note to include them. So presuming we can move this forward, I'd like to propose that we add the assessor to the third be it further resolved So it lists the departments that the county management should draw from to sort of work on the task of streamlining and making it easier for people to do urban agricultural projects. That list should include the county assessor's office, and I think that would be a good addition that, I hearing from them today, I feel very confident that that'll actually be a great part of the sort of product, which is a process map for urban agricultural permitting, which may be structured and distributed in the form of a handbook guide or informational pamphlet for producers. And I'll just end by saying the interdepartmental working group is, of course, internal to the county. That's because the county understands its own processes and can work to amend them. It does include a mechanism for consultation with experts in the field after, in a sort of periodic draft form. Those experts would be chosen or selected by the City County Food Policy Council, so sort of keeping it, that'll serve to keep those folks in the loop, but also give us opportunity to hear from, for instance, Desert Verde or any number of farms in the county that kind of deal with our processes in different ways. So I ask for your support on this. I'm pretty excited about it. I think it's a great opportunity, especially given, for instance, projects like the Bonanza Ranch. The zoning there could really accommodate different kinds of configurations of urban agricultural outfits, and I think it would help Santa Fe County be a leader in that space. So I'll hand it over to Commissioner Bustamante, and I ask for your support on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson, and thank you for your careful detail in identifying how this thing could possibly pass and what it really means to the community and how we would work within the county to make it happen. If anyone's heard me speak about local food in the last 20 years, there's no way for me to not support it. Local food is healthier. It's not ripening on a truck. Kids eat more vegetables when it's grown locally. So there was an absolute, how can we not do this? Any way we can find independence from larger macro markets of vegetables and fruits as well. We should do it. So I'm so grateful for you having brought this to my opportunity for co-sponsoring, and I too ask for everyone's support in acknowledging the importance of local food. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Bustamante. Commissioner Kakari-Stone.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Bustamante, for bringing this forward. I think it's so important. And as we reflect back on colonization, I remember working with some key civil rights, black rights leaders in Mount Bayou and in the South. And as part of a community health, the first community health center in the whole United States. And we now hear this food as medicine thing, right? But back then, Dr. Jack Geiger was prescribing food as medicine. And one of my mentors, Elsie Dorsey, who is now passed, but was an activist and was a slave, and her parents were slaves. And she says, we used the land initially before slavery for our own sustenance. And now we're learning again and mobilizing our local people to grow their own food. And that's part of liberation. And I think we could parallel that as part of colonization in New Mexico. And, we're too busy going to Sam's Clubs and that, and using indigenous methods and agriculture and bringing back indigenous seeds is important. So I just wanted to say, when I saw this on the agenda, I was really happy. And then right after that, I was at the San Isidro crossing, and then we have the Full Circle Three Sisters farm there, and I got to talk to the volunteers. And I don't know if it's baked into this, but I'd like to explicitly ask that our staff also look at indigenous farming and traditional seeds and passing that on and working with these type of groups like Three Sisters. So thank you. And is it baked in already? Can we also ask the staff to bring those stakeholders to the table?
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. There will be another resolution coming forward regarding acequia culture, indigenous agriculture. You're probably familiar with the Sostenga Center at Northern New Mexico College, which is exactly that and still exists after many years, started in 2006. Wow, so it's been around for a little while. And that is all about the regional tradition of food and how the not-so-urban food traditions have sustained life. This is one of the few regions in the country where during the Great Depression, and I had family members who said, yes, but we were very poor, but they were never hungry, and they never had a soup line, and there was always exchange of food. So for those who, I would say, naysayed the importance and value of supporting local food systems, our lessons have come from, and there's great stories about how Oñate's team had brought olive trees and all kinds of stuff that wasn't going to grow around here. So anyway, that's for another conversation, but it's beautiful, and I'm so glad you already see the value in that.
Yeah, I would echo Commissioner Bustamante's note that we had intended in discussion about this. This sort of directs change in our codes, and so I think that would be captured in a subsequent one. Although the recommendations for the sort of focus groups, I think, could absolutely include members of the Three Sisters Farm and other, from a sort of diversity of voices. That is, so I do believe it's captured in here, but it might be shored up even more in a forthcoming project that Commissioner Bustamante and I are hatching.
That's great. So I just want to add, it might be a separate thing we do then, because, it's more than food too. It's the medicina, and it's the traditional medicine that comes from the herbs and being able to grow that on the land as well. So it's what I was talking to Three Sisters for, and with the Northern Rio Grande Heritage Area, they're trying to promote that in their tinctures and remedios, and we're looking at other grants to bring in, like Unimos Sanamos, a curriculum I developed with curanderas and curanderos, and that's what we focus on, is the holistic health, right? And so our communities don't have the money to pay for the pharmaceutical companies for prescriptions, so we go to the remedios. So I'd be happy in pairing, you guys do the food part, but I'd like to also look at the carrying forward of the herbas and remedios as well, and growing those here in our backyard.
Yeah, I'd be happy to work with you on that.
And then as an aside, the nursing program partnered with the Sostenga Center, and they grow herbs on the farm to do exactly that.
Cool.
I just
Commissioner
wanted to
Hughes.
add that I support this, and I'm very excited about local food and to see the results of this. That's all.
And you're making me hungry. So I think we're all in agreement. We can move this on and move this ahead.
Chair, if I may, I just wanted to thank, I did convene a sort of working group, a focus group of folks, farmers market, local farms, and I wanted to thank all of them. I didn't tell them that they needed to be here, so I just want to convey thanks to the sort of experts in the field. And with that, I would like to, it's almost as if I forgot how to be a commissioner. A motion to approve a resolution expressing support for urban agriculture and directing interdepartmental coordination to identify opportunities to facilitate and promote urban agriculture throughout Santa Fe County, with the one addition of the county assessor's office to the list of departments to work within. Thank you.
And I'll second.
Got a motion from Commissioner Johnson, a second from Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We've got a resolution and a number, please.
Mr. Chair, that resolution is 2026-073.
7-3. Thank you. All right. We are on to appointments and reappointments. Growth Management, Michael Voss, please tell us who our hearing officer might be.
Thank you, Chair Green and Commissioners. The Growth Management Department requests approval of the appointment of Joseph Haupt to serve as the hearing officer pursuant to the Sustainable Land Development Code. Section 3.5 of the SLDC gives the board the authority to appoint a hearing officer or multiple hearing officers for a definite term not to exceed 4 years. The hearing officer conducts public hearings and makes recommendations to the Planning Commission and the board for further action on certain matters as designated in the SLDC. Last year, the staff completed an RFP process to select on-call legal service providers, including the hearing officer, after which Taylor Hartstein of the Conklin, Woodcock, Ziegler, and Hazlitt law firm was selected and has served in that role for about the last year. Unfortunately, Mr. Hartstein is departing the firm for another position and cannot be reappointed to the position. Joseph Haupt is another attorney with the same law firm and is willing and able to assume the hearing officer role. The new hearing officer would assume the responsibilities beginning June 1st. Some of Mr. Haupt's biography and experience is highlighted in our staff memo. Staff recommends this appointment for Mr. Joseph C. Haupt to serve as the hearing officer beginning June 1st, 2026 through June 30, 2027. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, questions? So does this, is this the hearing officer for Lean and Clean as well, or is it just for things before the Planning Commission process?
Chair Green, thanks for the question. This is a different hearing officer than the Lean and Clean. It is the hearing officer for Lean and Clean is through the same law firm, but it is a different person, individual.
So these are pre-Planning Commission hearing officer?
Chair, that is correct. These are the pre-Planning Commission or pre-board case hearings. And the hearing officer formulates findings of fact and recommendations that then the board or the Planning Commission can consider.
And do they have any land use experience? Is that part of their work?
Chair, I don't believe I am privy to necessarily land use specific experience, but he does have some administrative law and some land dispute experience in his practice. In the communication we've had with him, that's what he expressed to us.
Commissioners? Commissioner Hughes?
If there's no more discussion, I'll move to approve the appointment of Joseph C. Haupt as hearing officer pursuant to Section 3.5.3 of the Sustainable Land Development Code for a term beginning on June 1st, 2026 and ending on June 30th, 2027.
Second.
We've got a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Thank you very much. We've got a hearing officer. Okay, 8A, we've passed along. 8B, here we are. Request authorization to publish title and general summary of an ordinance amending Section 12.7.4 of the Sustainable Land Development Code, Ordinance number 2016-9, related to governance of public improvement districts. Excellent. Juan, take it away, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. As you've said, requesting authorization to publish title and general summary of an ordinance that will amend Section 12.7.4 of the Sustainable Land Development Code, Ordinance 2016-9. The Community Development Department requests this authorization to publish general title and summary of this change to the SLDC. Currently, the SLDC requires the Board of County Commissioners to serve as the Board of Directors for a public improvement district. The proposed amendment would instead authorize the BCC to appoint members to serve as the Board of Directors of a PID consistent with the county's PID Guidelines Resolution 2006-40. Staff discussed the proposed amendment with the BCC during the April 14th, 2026 presentation and received direction to proceed with the proposed ordinance. On February 10th, 2026, the BCC approved Resolution 2026-028, approving the application and petition submitted by Essentia Holding LLC and Santa Fe Land Development Partners LLC for formation of the Essentia Public Improvement District pursuant to the Public Improvement District Act and then SA 1978, Section 5-11-1 through 5-11-27, and the Sustainable Land Development Code. During the implementation of the Essentia PID, staff identified that Section 12.7.4 of the SLDC requires the BCC to serve as the PID Board of Directors, which differs from the governance structure contemplated by the county's PID guidelines on Resolution 2006-40. The proposed ordinance would amend Section 12.7.4 to authorize the BCC to appoint members to serve as the Board of Directors of a PID. If adopted, staff anticipates returning to the BCC with a future resolution appointing members to serve on the Essentia PID Board. In deciding whether to authorize publication of the title and general summary, the BCC is not adopting the ordinance at this time, but rather initiating the formal ordinance adoption process. State law requires publication of the title and general summary at least 2 weeks prior to the meeting at which the ordinance may be considered for final adoption. Staff recommends that this ordinance come back to the board for public hearing and potential adoption on June 30th, 2026. I can read the amended language if you like, or I could just leave it to you.
Commissioners? No, that's great. I think you've heard from us as to what we were thinking about, so.
Thank you very much. So the important thing to understand is that the last sentence of the amended language recognizes that the BCC has the option to appoint new directors or cause the directors to be elected by the residents of the PID once there are residents there. I stand for any questions.
I like that. So thank you, commissioners.
If there are no questions, I'd like to motion to approve to publish.
Published title and...
Second.
Yep. We've got a motion from Commissioner Bustamante and a second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Go take out an ad. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Torres.
Go take out an ad.
All right. Okay. So presentations. We got one more, don't we? Yeah. Sorry. So request approval for a non-exclusive easement agreement number 2026-0287 Public Works with Plateau Communications for the installation of underground fiber optic infrastructure at 3229 Rodeo Road. Michelle. Please.
Thank you, Chair Green, Commissioners. The county's been approached by Plateau Telecommunications requesting an easement across our county fairground property on Rodeo Road. They have received a federal grant to build 65 miles of broadband infrastructure along the New Mexico 14 corridor, and the last 1,000 feet of it is across our county property. The rest of it is all within the New Mexico DOT right-of-way. They are building a redundant route for broadband fiber optics in the ground so that we are not isolated in case anything happens to the primary broadband route that comes up Highway 25. And this is important for obviously all types of reasons for Santa Fe and Santa Fe County. And also, this is a middle mile infrastructure, so it's not being built to directly connect with any users, but it's putting the infrastructure in the ground that will make more opportunities available for rural areas of the county. This last section that crosses the county property is a non-exclusive fiber optic easement, and it will connect. They're building a new hub station, central office, they call it. That is actually going to be on the city property for the Chavez Community Center, but they need to make this alternative route to connect to it, which is across the county property. And I stand for any questions.
Commissioners? So I do have a couple questions because I kind of understand this a little bit. Why are they not going the other way along Rodeo Road and up through the city property?
Because, Chair Green, that is where the primary route goes now. So even though they're not very far apart from one another, it's making a redundant route. So if there were to be anything that happened on the city property to the current route, to the current central office, if there was some sort of, I don't know, if that went down for some reason.
Somebody with a backhoe that decided not to.
All sorts of, you'd have to use your imagination. They'll have a redundant route that goes up the other side of the county property. Because right now, the current route goes up city property to the central office that's on county property. And now on the west side of the property, they're going to go across county property and onto the city property.
Fabulous. Perfect answer. So then my next question would be, is it possible for them to bury conduit for us and our facility that is right there adjacent to have a redundant route?
Now, we will already they have identified public facilities along this route that will have some sort of access, and all along Highway 14.
I'm just talking about a conduit that basically terminates at Rodeo and whatever that is, Paseo something, and follows a separate conduit. It costs almost nothing. I don't know what, I didn't quite check to see how much we're charging for this. But it seems like it would be a good value added that once they're digging once, a policy that we subscribe to, that they would potentially put a second conduit that we could use that would go to our POP.
Okay, Chair Ring, I will have to look into that. I am not the expert to answer that question, but I can certainly find out. It's a non-exclusive easement, so it's possible that conduit is already just a natural part of it being a non-exclusive fiber optic, but I'll find out.
Yeah, I'm just trying to dig once. It's not necessarily dig twice and then we come back over this, but we dig and then our conduit, our fiber could go in the same trench to our facility, which they reside in, by the way, and they might be abandoning our facility in the as they build their own. So anyway, so I guess how much are we getting out of this? Do we know what is the fee for this?
We are accepting this in kind as a public benefit for the county. The actual value of the easement, if we were going to be buying it, is about $7,000.
Fabulous. So I'm wondering if I will make a motion to approve this with the addition of adding conduit that reaches our point of presence over in the on our internet hotel over there.
I don't think that's I don't know, I don't think that goes with this request. They're just requesting an easement.
We're giving it away for free.
Chair Green, Commissioners,
Yes,
I can tell you that both...
Yeah, Juan Torres, Juan wants to come up and...
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, so we've been communicating with Plateau Telecommunications since the initiation of this award about 3 years ago. They have expressed complete openness to connecting community anchor institutions and going above and beyond. I just had a phone call with them earlier today. I'm very sure that we can get them to put in the conduit that you request as part of this. It's not necessarily part of this request. They're open to doing that. So I'll confirm that and get back to you, but they are required to connect anchor institutions across the entire route. And so they've been very open with us about any additional infrastructure that the county would request as part of that.
Perfect. Okay, great. Yep. Okay, well, I will withdraw that obligation as a part of this, but continue with the motion, and please see if they can hook up our POP. Thank you. So I have a motion on the table, and anybody want to second it?
Well, I'll second that just with the clarification. You're just, the
As
motion is
Yep,
just the way
just
it's stated.
That's right. The
Okay.
way it was originally stated in the
Right.
clean resolution or clean agreement here.
I second that.
Thank you. Motion by myself, a second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. Here we go. A resolution adopting the interim budget for fiscal year 2026 to 2027. Yvonne and Greg, please.
Chair Green, Commissioners, we are requesting the board approve the fiscal year 27 interim budget as presented in the budget summaries by fund from the fiscal year 2027 budget book, beginning on page 624, which will be included as Exhibit A to the resolution. The budget is presented at the department level to allow departments to provide a holistic picture of their operations, initiatives, and funding needs. However, the county's book of record is set up on a fund basis and is reported to the state using the same basis. So the budget is compiled from the departmental budgets into the applicable funds, which confirms we have a balanced budget by fund. Upon the board's approval, we'll be able to submit it to DFA. Over 3 separate budget study sessions, the proposed interim budget was presented to the board. With the board's feedback, the original interim budget has been adjusted to include the following changes. The general fund was increased by $650,000 using unassigned and undesignated fund balance. $350,000 went to the operating budget contingency to help support subject matter experts for data center regulations, city-county working groups, and other needs as identified by the full board. $100,000 to the county manager administration to support countywide translation and outreach and any special communication needs. $100,000 to human resources for cultural sensitivity, implicit bias, and anti-bias training countywide. And OEM increased by $100,000 to support emergency management exercises. In addition, the general fund was also increased by $90,000 for reoccurring library support for Vista Grande at $10,000, La Cienega $70,000, and Espanola at $10,000, with a corresponding increase to reoccurring investment earnings. Fire, RCC, Sheriff, and Corrections Operations Fund were each increased by $25,000, using unassigned and undesignated fund balance for a study to evaluate options to further support public safety employees' mental and physical health and well-being. The remaining feedback received from the board was not included in the fiscal year 2027 interim budget, either due to the item not being budgetary in nature or being proposed to be addressed in a future budgetary cycle as detailed in the memo. And I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Yvonne. Commissioners? We look like we're getting tired up here, so this is, we get quiet at this point. So I have 2 questions. Okay, Commissioner Hughes, please.
Right. I can't even push the right button. No, I just wanted to thank you for all your hard work on putting the budget together. And of course, the Vista Grande Public Library really appreciates the additional money. That's all.
Excellent. Other commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Kokori Stone.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Ivani Herrera and the rest of the county management, I just really want to thank you for listening to us and for baking in some important caveats to the budget, like the translation and communications and other items. Thank you for your hard work.
Chair Green, Commissioner Kokori Stone, you are very much welcome.
Excellent. Commissioner Bustamante. Oh, you were pushing that button. Come on, come on, come on. No.
I just wanted to thank you for your yeoman's work. And I love that I learned the word yeoman, and now I think about you every time. Thank you for your good work, sincerely.
And I echo that. Sorry, Chair.
Go ahead. That was it. All right, all right. So I do have a request in this. We did talk about services that would support our work up here, whether architectural input, finance support, and I don't see it in here as a line item for, county commissioners' resources.
I think, Chair, Green Commissioners, that was covered by the increase to the budget contingency. So it was rolled up into that increase that Yvonne mentioned. So that would be approved by the full board, whether that's for, again, support services for the data center regulations, et cetera. So it was just a lump sum item.
Okay, it's not so specific for a data center, but, okay. That's great. I would love to have the land use revisions and SLDC revisions as something that is in there, but I will believe you that it fits under there.
Chair Green, as the board determines the need for that funding, we'll do an internal bar to move it into the budget as needed.
Fabulous. Okay,
If that's it, Chair Green, I'd like to make a motion.
go for it.
If you're ready. Make a motion that we approve the resolution adopting the interim budget for fiscal year 2026-2027.
I'll second the motion.
We've got a motion from Commissioner Kokari-Stone, a second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. We have a resolution. What's that number?
Mr. Chair, that resolution is 2026-074.
074. Thank you, Yvonne. Great job. And thank you, everybody involved. Thank you, County Manager Shaffer, everybody in the finance team. That was well done.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. And just to confirm that with the passage of the resolution adopting the interim budget, we will be posting notice of cancellation of the placeholder special meeting that had been scheduled for Thursday, just in case for some reason that didn't occur. So again, we'll be posting notice of cancellation this evening.
Thank you for giving us our morning back. Excellent. All right. All right. We are moving. So Andrew, Herbert. Presentation of the draft public and decision maker participation communications plan for revisions to the Sustainable Growth Management Plan. Super excited for this. Go for it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to be brief, I promise. And to that end, I'm going to refer to my notes a little more often than I normally would, if you don't mind, to keep me on track and on time. The Public Participation Plan for the Sustainable Growth Management Plan, or the PPP for the SGMP. The Sustainable Growth Management Plan is the county's comprehensive long-range land use plan. It is the county's general plan. State law says that any development regulations must be consistent with the county's general plan. So this document does and will serve as the county's general plan, meaning that it is a framework or a foundation for the regulations that are put in place that regulate development. The SGMP was originally adopted in 2010, but then revised in 2015, so its time has come for a revision, which is very typical. A general plan or a long-range comprehensive land use plan typically has a time horizon of 20 years. So we'll be updating the SGMP, but before we do that, we want to make sure that we're engaging the public in a conversation that's meaningful to them, to invite them to engage in it, because this is, after all, their future that we're talking about, and land use and development decisions affect everyone's daily lives in great, profound ways. So it requires outreach and engagement in order to be successful. So outreach is really the invitation to the community. Engagement is really the invitation to the community, and outreach is really the conversation that you have with them once they're there. The PPP for the SGMP is now in draft. We'll be working on revising the draft and representing the final to the commission and the end of June. So we will be having more internal meetings with staff and with the consultants between now and then to finalize the document and present it to you. We have met with the staff over the last several months and articulated and prioritized several goals for engagement and outreach, because we know that typically long-range comprehensive planning and the public participation is usually biased towards people who have the time and the resources to participate. So we have set these goals for ourselves and several metrics that through the process we want to measure and evaluate how well we're accomplishing these goals. Ultimately, we want to make sure that populations and communities that are normally underrepresented in this process have the greatest chance to participate. Want to highlight some of the goals here, particularly the item number 4. We want to encourage participation from those groups that are typically underrepresented. So we're going to be targeting our engagement and outreach at these type of people. Those are traditional communities, those that have a community organization and those that don't. Indigenous people and pueblos, not just only the pueblo governments, but organizations that serve indigenous people that are in the county. People with limited English, immigrant communities, youth, elderly, and people with limited financial resources. In other words, people who don't have the time or the resources to normally participate, but this affects their daily lives in very profound ways. So we've categorized the outreach and the engagement tools into 3 basic categories. That is for decision makers like yourself, municipal governments and the board and the Planning and Zoning Commission, for example. Then there are stakeholders, and then the general public. And I want to highlight a couple of things that we want to do as part of our outreach and engagement is form a working group. The working group, we're suggesting that it be consistent of key staff, the long-range land use planner from the city. These would be recommendations from individual board members to represent those populations that I had just mentioned. And we'll also have a technical working group, mostly of internal staff, to look at, well, the technical elements of implementation and the real feasibility of what we're wanting to accomplish in the SGMP. And then finally, at least when it comes to the tools, we are recommending a community engagement partner grant. It would be a small grant program awarded to individuals and organizations that represent those populations, because we can't reach all of those people, but we know organizations and entities and individuals that can. So we want to compensate them for their time to participate in the meetings and do outreach and engage and make sure people have a voice. So the public participation plan for the SGMP has a communications plan related to it. We want the SGMP to be understandable, visible, reliable, transparent. So if we get the communications wrong, we get everything wrong. So we've put a good amount of effort on the communications plan. Let's see. And the communications portion does many things, but it really outlines the key messages. We want to send the right message to the right people at the right time, given the different phases of revising the document itself. And borrowing from marketing and communications, we have audience segmentation. There's different stakeholders and decision makers and the general public, so we want to make sure that we're breaking down our message to meet the different audience so it is engaging and of interest to them, because well, no offense to all my colleagues, sometimes planning and zoning isn't the most exciting topic. Let's get together and talk about zoning, but we're going to find ways to make it engaging, as interesting as we possibly can. The phases in the timeline, we are in let's call it the pre-launch phase. I mentioned that we have a draft of the public engagement plan. It'll be coming to the board in June and then have a kickoff in July, depending on some of the logistics with budget and consultant contracts and launching the community grant and forming the working group and so on. But ultimately, the SGMP as the document is and the process is aligned into 3 phases really of 1, where are we today? 2, where do we want to be in the future? And then 3, how do we get there? So we've organize the document and the phases and the communication, the outreach to all align with each other so that we're sending the right message to the right people and asking for their input that is relevant to the phase of the plan that we're working on. Let's see. We anticipate about an 18-month process for revising the SGMP itself. Some comprehensive plans like this take many, many years. That's the last thing I want to do to ourselves, is to take 5 years to do a 10-year plan. I just will promise that we won't. I'm not kidding. Memphis took 5 years, and so I know we're not Memphis, but we're not going to be in that regard. So there's a real problem if it takes more than that. So the goal is 18 months to get through this the entire process. And then before I open it up for questions, I'll just say that some of the most immediate next steps, we're going to be revising the draft. We are going to meet with the communications team because we have some conversations to talk about the logistics of podcast and social media and press releases and the website to really have the tools we need to launch in time so that we're sending the right message, and the email distribution and those things are all really clear as to who's going to be doing what. Our consultant placemakers will be here in the beginning of June to provide the staff training on many of these tools that we'll be using. We rely on the consultants quite a bit, but not for everything. They can't be here all the time, and that gets extremely expensive. And so a lot of the work on the street, if you will be conducted by myself and Joseph and Nate. So we want to have training for ourselves and the grantees to have a chance to participate and know how to use the tools most effectively. And then finally, I'll be coming back to the board at the end of June and asking for your direction to go ahead and form the working group and get things started. Be happy to answer any of your questions.
Robert, great job. Thank you. Excited for this. Commissioners, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this last time, but I'm certainly willing to help. And I know my constituents want to have lots of input. So we'll set up, those meetings.
Thank you. Please do.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, I'll just underline what Commissioner Hughes said. I think each of us, but just speaking for myself, are interested in engaging in this process with our own constituents. I think it'd be a great temperature check in my own district. So please include us and we can reserve, community centers or firehouses in our respective districts and have little district-specific sessions. I think that's a smart idea. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr.
But
Chair,
everything looks good, and thank you for your work.
And commissioners, you'll have plenty of time between now and the next 18 months to add your own comments and to make sure that your districts are represented in any number of ways. We'll do our very best, but thank you for that. We will rely on that.
Thanks.
Fabulous. Commissioner Bustamante.
I just want to sort of put an accent on, an emphasis on what you just said. Not an accent. I just want to put that. No. Yeah, I really appreciated the way that it ran last time, which was a while ago, but it seemed like a lot of our community members weren't showing up real fast. It was pretty much the same old players. And then when it was getting close to the finish line, people were jumping on and reading and making comments. So do you think it'll kind of work like that? Like there'll be this sort of surge in interest as it goes? I'm expecting that it would, So I think you're allowing enough time for that, and like you said, there'll be numerous times for people to have input, and that was my experience. So,
yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioner, our strategy so far is to have a heavy push at the very beginning and then a heavy push at the end. And the middle is where all the groundwork takes place with the working group and the outreach. I'm going to be hitting the streets quite a bit, taking the show on the road and meeting with volunteer fire departments, safety associations, nonprofits, neighborhood associations, and collecting all that information. And we have a lot of help from our consultants. Once we get all this information, the Post-it notes on the map, the survey results, well, what do we do with all this body of knowledge? Well, they're here to help us and help me particularly kind of organize and craft that into a coherent strategy for long-range land use planning and how we want to grow and the character and quality of growth. But we do imagine a heavy push at the beginning and then a heavy push towards the end.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kokari-Stone.
Thank you, Chair Green. Thank you, Herbert, for your presentation. I really could tell you and the team that you've brought together have put a lot of thought into how do we reach people who traditionally get overlooked or are excluded by default rather than design. And I echo what the other commissioners said, but I would like to sit and look at a map like we did for last week's meeting. I sat with Olivia and I had collected key champions, but looked at HOAs and really map out who we need to engage with very strategically. And from there have the grants to like Earth Care, other organizations, and then have a plan for our monolingual Spanish-speaking folks. And yeah, so it would be very intentional with some deadlines, who, what, where, when, how, and then what conduits or trusted champions can we bring to the table to help facilitate that. I think the divide too is people need to learn what we're doing and why we're doing it and what it means. So I know you do that really well. It might require like a little video we can send them, or, you know, just you saying, this is why it's important, here's what we did, here's the 411, so they know what they're coming to. And I find that's the disconnect too. They'll come because someone invited them, but hey, what's going on? What are we doing here? And people really don't understand what local government does, the average person. So I'd like to add that caveat and support you and sit with you and work with you on that. Thanks.
You got it.
Fabulous. Thank you. This is exciting. I think there's some best practices and some lessons learned that are being adopted by the city, and I think you've probably been paying attention to what the city's been doing. They've done, yeah, no, their general plan. They've done a few things right in the past few years, and Director Lamboy and the team over at Land Use is going. They're a little bit ahead of us in this process, and I think that they've got some great engagement strategies, and I think that that's, at least that was the first time I had heard of that, and it seems to be following suit in that space.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I'm happy that they're about a year ahead of us, so we get to use their data and some of their best practices, like the community grant that I mentioned is something we borrowed from them that they said was very, very successful. And we do meet with the land use staff with the city every month, and we talk about issues that both general plans ought to and will include at what level. But ideally, we want to make sure that both plans say the same thing about the same thing, and particularly when it comes to growth and land use around the periphery of the city. So
I love that, and I really appreciate
we're having
that.
those conversations.
I would hope that we can do this potentially with the city of Espanola, because Santa Fe County has about a 25% of the footprint of Espanola, and that planning they may not have the capability to do it, but we may be able to incorporate it and have some recommendations for their land use in that area, and have some spillover so the line isn't as defined, and that they can have some of the growth recommendations for their side of the jurisdiction.
If I may, Mr.
Of
Chair
course.
and Commissioners, likewise with federal land management agencies, BLM, Forest Service, particularly the Pueblos and Edgewood. So I'll be engaging them and sharing and inviting them to participate at whatever level they feel comfortable.
That's fabulous. And then, when we do outreach to communities, one of the, it's a little trendy, but it's also successful, A/B testing, right? Just go generally give people choices of what they like and what they dislike, and focus people into visual cues that say, oh, I really like this roadscape because, look, it has trees and I wish I lived on that street, versus a bunch of yard walls that make it sound loud and stuff. And then you say, you see, people like this, even though we end up getting developers that, really want to do yard walls with no landscaping in front of it. So, queuing best practices and cultivating that out of the community with visual A/B testing.
A visual preference survey is part of our strategy, as part of the surveying for the
Fabulous.
Yes.
And then two last things. Would-be residents. We have a lot of people that feel forced to flee Santa Fe County, right? Whether they're living in possibly, but not Edgewood, but Rio Rancho, areas, Pecos, areas where they're living too far away, but they have some tie to this community. They grew up here, but they felt like they can't afford to live in this place. We should be reaching out to them to try to see if we can recruit them back, especially if they're working here, but that they're just commuting, 45 minutes to an hour, to find some way of getting our workforce to feel like they're included in a way that might get them to come back and to reduce our carbon footprint by getting them to move back to our community. Also, our youth, working with the community college, maybe the high schools, so that these kids know that we are listening to them, and that when they go to college, that they know that we want them back. Because we hear so many kids feel like they just can't make a go of it here. And our civic workforce. And then lastly, a very intentional thing that I'm hearing requests from is really aligning our water and land use with our development goals, right? A lot of times we really focus on development goals tied to land use. That's relatively easy in the planning world, but really making sure that our water is tied to that as well as a second set of resources. So anyway, thank you. Great job. I look forward to this.
Thank you. Me too. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Cheers. All righty. Where were we? That is our presentations.
Chair, last question.
Yes, sir.
Herbert, where's this picture from?
Yes, that was a great question.
Because
I want to go there.
Yeah, I want to go there. I'll ask Adeline.
I can just tell you that it's from Santa Fe County.
Well, okay. Not good.
All right.
I'll find out. I know that's Monica. I'll find out.
Okay. It's a great picture.
It's the best answer I can give. Apologies.
Okay.
It's one of the most beautiful place in the world. I'll tell you that. Worth fighting for, Santa Fe.
Yes. Thank you. Keep us beautiful. Thank you. All right. So we are done with our presentations. We are on to matters from the county manager.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Green and commissioners. Three things. First, I wanted to let you know that the county fire marshal has issued Fire Marshal Order number 5.26.26.01, prohibiting open burning in the unincorporated areas of Santa Fe County, effective tomorrow, May 27th, until further notice. This was issued due to continued hot, dry, and unstable weather conditions, elevated wildfire risks throughout the region, and multiple active wildland fires currently burning in New Mexico. As part of the restriction, all existing open burning permits are suspended, and no new permits will be issued until the restriction is lifted. Obviously, as Commissioner Bustamante mentioned earlier, we're thankful for the rain that we did receive over the last 24 to 36 hours. However, one rain event isn't enough to change our conditions drastically, and in fact could actually make them worse to the extent it sparks some fine fuel growth that then has no water to sustain it. So again, notwithstanding the recent showers, this was the decision of the county fire marshal in order to protect our community. In addition, the fire department and the county fire marshal will be bringing forward to the board at its next regular meeting a proclamation or resolution declaring extreme or severe drought conditions and prohibiting the sale and use of certain fireworks within Santa Fe County and county wildland areas. So again, those two items will work in tandem to help mitigate to the extent we can wildfire risk. Secondly, I want to confirm that there is scheduled for Friday, June 12th at 10 a.m. a county canvassing board meeting, which will be held for the purposes of certifying the results of the June 2nd, 2026 primary election. It's anticipated that this meeting will not last more than 30 minutes. In addition, a special BCC meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, June 24th, for the board to tour and inspect the adult detention facility. As in prior years, the meeting will convene here in chambers at 9 a.m. and adjourn shortly thereafter for the travel to and the actual physical inspection of the adult detention facility. And then finally, as reflected in one of the monthly reports, but I did want to acknowledge and recognize that Santa Fe has been announced as an International Mountain Bicycling Association trail town. As I understand it, this is a new national recognition. If I counted them right, which is a big if, I think there were about 28 towns throughout the nation that received this designation. And so I think the board's continued investment in multimodal transportation, along with efforts in the city and surrounding communities, as well as all the good work at the Galisteo Basin Preserve, et cetera, is really helping in terms of getting such national recognitions, which help fuel the tourism and active tourism economy, as well as providing recreational and multimodal transit opportunities for residents as well as visitors to Santa Fe County. Thank you.
Thank you, County Manager Shaffer. All right. Who wants to go first today? Excellent. Great. Commissioner Bustamante, please do the honors.
Short and sweet.
Okay.
But I'm really grateful to hear about the trails, because I was in a meeting about trying to attract a certain generation of people, and that's the kind of thing that'll, the stuff we were talking about, Chair, to attract younger folks who want to ride bicycles and trails, and it's a destination point for that. So thank you. The only thing I have, and I hope everyone had a really nice 3-day weekend, was at our SWAMA meeting, of which Commissioner Kakari Stone is the chair. I learned something very important that we had discussed here before about PFAS and taking the filters and putting them in the landfill, and then the landfill just, they sit there and then they start leaching out and then get it. And I forgot all about the stormwater pollution prevention plans. They have to have holding tanks. And whenever there was like something like 0.1 or something amount, 1 inch of water in a holding tank, so they have one internal to the solid waste facility, the CAHA, and then on the outside, there's a secondary holding tank. So the contaminants, and those are line-to-line fills, they would not get to the population the way we were concerned that they would. They are also required to test any runoff as it comes out. So that was very good news, and that meeting was right before a meeting that we had with the community of La Ciénaga, La Cieneguilla, and we were able to let them know that they don't have to worry anymore about where their canisters are going to leach into. So thank you.
Excellent. Commissioner Kakari
Thank you, Chair Green. I'll mostly focus on my updates on constituent engagement. So first I want to thank the county management team and folks for really trusting me and coming out to the May 19th meeting. And Food Depot always generously offers their space, and I tell you, we need more community space, but we had just over 50 people, and I just wanted to give a shout out to Olivia Padilla for really jumping in with me, and Sarah, thanks for your patience with Emma and my request for sticky notes and things like that, and of course, Daniel Frescas was there, and we needed help, and we were loading things up, and you jumped in and picked up food, and then you were there with your wicked photography, just taking, it was amazing. And I'll just quickly say, Greg Shaffer, County Manager, thank you for showing up. Leandro Cordova, Brian Schneider, Jonathan Butler, Cliff Bork, Jacob Black, Chief Black, Juan Torres, Jennifer Romero, Chanel Delgado, Herbert Foster, Valerie Rangel, Joseph Scala, Jacqueline Bean, Lisa Katanik. And it takes a village, and literally folks were so appreciative. I'm still compiling the summary notes. It's in the buckets we noted, and I especially appreciate the resource to pay for interpreters. It meant so much to the Spanish-speaking community members. And, you know, one woman kept saying, soy muy emocionada. And, you know, she's very excited just to hear, and the fact sheets that everyone did. And people walked away with the impression that the county does so much for our community. And they felt like they were being asked, you know, how do you want us to spend the money? And that means something to them. So thank you. And just a quick summary on constituent engagement. We've been continuing to use Civic Track, and we're able to do data analytics. And, you know, from the county managers and our budget, I just want to say, folks, it really works, and it's a lot of fun. And I don't want to lose it. Sarah, I don't want to lose it if we're not all using it, so we're trying to use it. And there were 82 entries since January 1st. A lot of the communications we're able to do through email, 43%, 32% folks still like to call. Meeting requests, about 18%. Most of the complaints that we get, people are requesting meetings, but it's complaints around growth, and it refers to public works, that's 23%, and growth management is also a large part responding. People like to really contact us around code violations. There's everything under the sun, and including reporting a rancid skunk in the river. But at the end of the day, we're able to really see patterns and work with our county management team. And Brian Schneider and Alexandra Ladd's team have been terrific. So that's all I've got. Of course, there's a lot of great networking events coming up, and everyone's been invited to the governor's mansion for our Pride kickoff and other events happening for the summer. So we'll be very busy. I don't know if any of the commissioners are going to the New Mexico County Association meeting. I'm not, but if you do, I'm anxious to hear what they discuss. I think the county manager is going, so let us know. Are any of us going? No?
You're going?
Are you going?
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Bustamante is representing. All right, we look forward to hearing. Thanks.
Excellent. Commissioner Hughes?
Just a couple things in District 5. One is that we're having a town hall meeting in Valle Vista about their replacement of their water system, replacing their valves with, replacing or installing, I guess, valves that can allow certain sections to be shut off without shutting off the whole community. And that's tomorrow night. And then June 4th, we're having the ribbon cutting on the Arroyo Hondo Trail, bike trail, and that'll start at, I think, the fire station on Rancho Viejo Boulevard. Anyway, those are the two things that are happening in my district. Thank you.
Fabulous. Commissioner Johnson?
Two brief items. Commissioner Hughes and I met with folks from the sort of reuse volunteer program, and we're working diligently to try to figure out how to reopen the El Dorado Transfer Station Reuse Center. And I had a meeting with some folks in Cañada de los Alamos about their water, and more's to come. They've done an amazing job of sort of lining up different proposals, and I think that we're ready to move forward with some. So, thank you.
Fabulous. Okay, couple busy weeks and one concern. So I want to congratulate all the graduates in Santa Fe County for graduation week was last week, and I took part in the Powahki Valley High School graduation this past weekend. It was really inspiring to see the kids and families all super excited. It's amazing how the Powahki Valley High School attracts kids from all over, right? There were actually kids from Tesuque, from all the pueblos, from Okewinge, from outside of Santa Fe County, all traveling to Powahki. That was great. But generally, every kid should be proud of themselves for graduating this year. Thank you to everybody. Took place in the Chimayo San Ysidro celebration. I want to make note that the Chimayo Cultural Preservation Association has made amazing progress on the upgrades and cleaning out of the Plaza del Cerro. It is an amazing piece of historic architecture, and it had sort of gotten a little bit of urban decay, as it may be, and they've taken it on and raised money and volunteers to clean up the Plaza del Cerro. So if you haven't been there recently, it looks pretty amazing. It's pretty exciting. I took part in the Cuatro Villas annual meeting. This is the Mutual Domestic Water Association up in the Sombrio, La Puebla, Cuartales area, Santa Cruz Valley. They're going through a very stressful time, and they were appreciative that we were there to support them. There was Mark Valdez from Senator Worth's office was there, and we were there to figure out how to get them through this stressful time. They were also very appreciative that Santa Fe County was able to give them a $1 a year office space in the fire station up there. So the appreciation came back to Santa Fe County there. I took part in the Chimayo cell phone tower and internet ribbon cutting at the Arboleda Center. It's right on the border of Santa Fe County, so it serves both Santa Fe County and Rio Arriba County, and it was basically funded by Santa Fe County and a project of ARPA funds that was meant to light up fiber optics down the Highway 76 corridor. And so this is one of the first major projects that is being lit up, as we call it. And the cell phone coverage and the internet coverage in the area is like, man, just so much better. It's really great. And so thank you for Santa Fe County for getting that done, and for Rio Arriba County, who really took the lead, and ReadyNet was one of the partners in that. I took part in the Juniper Blessing Memorial. That was beautiful, but just so sad, and I really hope this never happens again. Now for some issues. Two major STR issues have come to my attention in Santa Fe, in my district, and one of them has to do with somebody who is non-compliant, applied for an STR license, didn't have enough bedrooms, converted bedrooms illegally, didn't have a septic permit that was adequate to manage it. We need to make sure that our licensing and permitting process is ironclad. And it has to deal with water use, wastewater, a whole bunch of different aspects. And I don't necessarily want us to wait for all of our SLDC upgrades for us to address our short-term rental ordinances. We've been in this for 2 years now, and we're starting to see some bad practices emerge. Additionally, another one in another part of District 1, we discovered a non-licensed STR that had somebody subletting the property and turning it into a writer's workshop. And there were over capacity, and they were charging $3,500 a person. And this is an unlicensed business using an unlicensed STR, and we're not cracking down on this. And we need our code enforcement people to go in there, ask if they have a business license, go in there, find out if it's a licensed STR, and really tell people, the owners, that the owners and the operators of the business, that we're on to them and that this is inappropriate and, in fact, illegal. the last part of this is also, you know, it's turning out that some folks are doing ATFs, after-the-fact permits. And so they're doing work on their building, they're getting caught, and then they're coming to Santa Fe County and saying, oops, sorry, I didn't know the process. They know the process, they're just coming to us after the fact. We need to have an adjustment to our after-the-fact permitting. If somebody wants to come to us with an after-the-fact permit, we need to make sure that they notify all of their neighbors. This doesn't just be some posting that happens and then in 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 days, if nobody notices, they need to notify their neighbors through mailings. These people are begging forgiveness after the fact. They should be required to beg, and there should be a penalty for this. If you don't go get a permit for the work you've done, especially on recent work, you should be penalized. If this is a project that is 15, 20 years old, that's before our land use stuff, then maybe there should be some forgiveness. But if you're just trying to sneak something in and see if you get caught, you should definitely be held accountable. There's also a clean and lean incident that I'd like to get prioritized. There's a trailer up County Road 74 that is, there are 2 trailers that are abandoned. One of them was recently abandoned where they cleaned out all of the stuff, and there are piles and piles and piles of trash, dirty diapers, like household crap. And it is dangerous, and it needs to be addressed immediately. And so I politely request that we find a way to take that and address that as soon as humanly possible, because unlike most clean and leans, this is really actively nasty and recently abandoned and needs to be addressed quickly. That's it for me. I appreciate you listening to me here and other elected officials online.
Mr. Chair, there are no other elected officials online.
Well, there we are. Okay, guys. County Attorney, take us away, please.
Good evening, Chair Green and Commissioners. On today's agenda, we have 3 items for discussion in closed executive session. 1 is the claim of Hazardous. 2, Nicole Montano versus Santa Fe County, D101 CV 2025-2324. And 3, breach of contract action concerning agreement number 2022-201 CDD KE. All 3 of those items would be subject to closed executive session discussion pursuant to subsection H7 of the Open Meetings Act, which allows closed session discussion of threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant. And I'll further note that after consulting with the county manager, we are not asking for any action items, any action on these items after closed executive session. So if it pleases the board, you all can adjourn today's meeting after closed session.
What do you think, guys, over there? Do you want to go home? Okay, all right, well, all right, you guys can stay, but Karen, you can go home. So, thank you, commissioners. Do you see any reason to keep people around? No? Go for it. Oh, as long as
I make a motion that we adjourn the meeting after executive session and that we now move into executive session to discuss just the things mentioned by the attorney.
I second it.
Okay, let me clarify. I think it is we adjourn and go into executive session and no decisions will be made. Can I correct your motion there? That is what he was recommending. That way we can release everybody?
I think, it would be adjourning today's meeting after the end.
Yeah, after the meeting.
It is after the meeting? Okay.
That's why I made the motion the way I did.
No problem.
I think people got the idea.
They did. I just want to make sure we didn't.
And we need to do a roll call vote.
And a roll call vote, please. Oh, wait, who's the second?
Kakari Stone.
We got a motion from Commissioner Hughes and a second from Commissioner Kakari Stone. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hank Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Adam Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Camilla Bustamante?
Yes.
Commissioner Lisa Kakari Stone?
Yes.
And Chair Justin Green.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. No.